This show is intended for adult audiences. You know, people with bills, backaches, responsibilities, and a functioning sense of humor. It contains strong language, stronger opinions, and the kind of jokes that might send the emotionally fragile into a full-blown meltdown. If you're easily offended, perpetually outraged, or think words are violence, this is your cue to clutch your pearls, grab a blankie, and sprint to your nearest safe space. Or, you know, just get in the sea. We won't miss you. For everyone else, buckle up and let's have some laughs.
Rated D for Dickhead.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing.
Hello, you dirty little boys. Are you interested in my body?
I'm gonna come.
Nice tits.
A real set of badonkers, packing some Doban hunkeros.
The power of one. The power of two. The power of man.
What's going down, babes? Show me the loving.
Silence! You are too gay to be the doctor.
I'm wonderful, and I'm the most amazing person in the universe.
Exterminate!
These people are making a lot of money, print money, cash, money, well, capitalism.
You're watching Will of the Fans! Let's fucking go!
I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Bad news.
listen.
That was a good one.
Indeed.
Nice.
Boys and fans are back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah! All right. It's Red Dwarf o'clock. Oh, yeah. It is Red Dwarf o'clock. Welcome back to WTF Live Sunday. At last, we have arrived. We are going to put back to Earth, back to bed. And it is just literally time. I cannot stand having to think about this thing anymore. I just want to get to next week so we can be talking about season 10. Because series 10 is a much, much better, all-around better thing than this. Not that this is terrible or unforgivably bad, but there's just something about it.
Yeah, it is.
That doesn't sit right. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the fact that it's so metatextual. I don't know if it's the fact that it kind of is just recycling jokes. None of the jokes quite land as they would in Series 5, Series 4, Series 6, whatever. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but there's something about this that I feel like it absolutely has got a justification for being called sort of tarnished episode of Red Dwarf. The 3 episodes. Maybe it's that it's not a full series. Maybe that it's kind of jerking itself off the whole time. I like the Blade Runner parody. I like the stuff that they do on Earth. I don't even hate the metatextual stuff of having Craig Charles and David Lister in the same fucking story. But for some reason, when I'm not watching it, I'm thinking that was pretty bad.
Well,
when I am watching it, I'm like, this ain't so bad. I just don't get it.
I think this is what actually qualifies as a cast reunion kind of experience rather than a revival. We're getting the band back together and we have new stuff. This was quite literally
let's
just
do a reunion.
we're playing the hits.
Yeah.
Let's just do the thing. And so.
But the thing is, it's also, it doesn't come across as arrogant, but it definitely is arrogant to have, like, for example, a guy in a comic book shop talking to the Red Dwarf crew and then laughing at the things that they do, like, oh, I love it when he does a Space Corps directive and gets it wrong. Yes, we all do. You didn't need to say it in an episode. Maybe it's that. I do still, however, absolutely love the joke about increased reflection, bounce down the street, to be able to see.
Yeah, that is good.
A different angle of that. I fucking love that bit. And there's another couple of bits that made me laugh as well.
Yeah, which that bit is also one of the many things taken from Blade Runner.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So, but they find a good way to incorporate it. But yeah, I think that's kind of part of it too, is that it is a fever dream Blade Runner story,
Right. I think the biggest thing that goes against this episode is simply the fact that they didn't do anything remotely to try and tie off the plots of Series 8. We don't know where, again, we don't know where the hell the cast went. We don't know where anyone was except Rimmer. He got away. He ran away from death. And then by the time we see him again, he's a hologram. And there's never any explanation for that, except that we badly need to go back to the status quo of Series 6 or Series 5, even, in fact, because they need to be on Red Dwarf again. So it's just a bit strange. It's a little bit off. There's so many things that work against this episode, but some of the jokes are pretty funny, and we have to go through it because we are here to review every single thing that Red Dwarf has ever put out, and that's why we are going to do it today. Hope you guys in the chat are ready, because this is going to take a lot of unpacking. Let's fucking go! All right. Before we start, let's do our intros. John is here, Rhoda's here, Helzo's here. John, what's going on?
Not terribly too much. It's
always like, let's fucking go! Hell yeah!
Well, you guys literally saw me crawling out of bed. I woke up early at 5. I went and I was like, all right, I'm gonna set the alarm for 5:30. I'll start the show and I'll watch it again right before we do the thing.
Yeah.
And I should have got out of bed while I did it, because I ended up just falling back to sleep. And thankfully I kind of had the thought that might happen, so I had my safety alarm set, which that was the thing that I actually came in on. So I'm here and I'm awake technically, but so far not much has happened at all. I didn't even go and refill my water or anything like that. So it's I'm as raw and just kind of unprepared as any episode as I've ever been here for. So that's kind of what's going on.
Never made it a prerequisite to be in any way remotely professional. As long as you're dressed, I'm pretty much okay with whatever on the show, as you can no doubt tell, because if anybody saw the Friday stream, that hyperdrive time that got off the fucking chain towards the end, running for like 4 hours, and we were just howling with laughter at a fucking greyhound. So,
to be fair, that was pretty.
It was one hell of a funny greyhound. That Atom guy was a king, dropping super chat after super chat after super chat and giving us fucking ammo against Anorexia Grande, or as we now have to call her, Ariana Greyhound. Yes. We also need to make Cynthia Erivo the Doberman or whatever, Cynthia Erivoberman, or something along those lines. But anyway, let's get to another intro. Rhoda, what's going on, buddy?
Absolutely shitloads. Today is the first official day of my sabbatical, so I'm going to be working my ass off on my channel, which I'm very, very excited about. I've got a couple of videos that I plan to shoot tomorrow and streams planned throughout the week, obviously fitting in around you guys and around Noise's channel. So, you know, because we all share the same audience, so there'd be no point in being on at the same time. That was just fucking daft. But yeah, and my lovely little rescue cat is settling in really well still, getting friendlier by the day. It's a very good time to be me. It really is.
That's great, man. Especially as I know you've been through it kind of mentally and emotionally over the last few months, as we all, I have certainly as well. You had a little bit more trouble bouncing back than I did. So it's good to see you, making positive steps, getting where you want to be. You got a new cat. That's always a lovely thing to have, a little companion to take care of. Nothing like taking care of someone else to keep your perspective in the line with what it should be. To be forever improving, growing. It's a good thing. Yeah, really pleased.
I also found out about an hour ago. I have smashed past 500 followers on X, which
hell yeah!
Me
Fuck yeah, baby!
Fuck yeah, baby!
What are you doing on X? How did you do that? I only see you posting this stream on X for some reason.
I know. You're like
I think you only
that's the way to do it.
When I'm at you, but like it's mostly like Reform UK activism.
Okay, cool. I'm basically the same as I am on here, except 10 times more savage.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I haven't even broke 400, but I don't worry about it because all I do is drop links to shows.
I'm not particularly bothered about how many followers I get, as long as the people that follow me are cool and based and interesting to see on my feed. So that's for me, that's good. That's great though for you, man. I think I'm
I hadn't even looked for like months. I had no idea how many followers I had, and I saw somebody else post that they hit 1,000 followers or something. So I thought I'd go and have a look at mine, and 535.
Share when you start making videos, and soon. Make sure you share on X.
Tomorrow.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. Make sure you do it every day. Make sure you're consistent. I'm going to be hitting the videos hard again starting tomorrow, and I'm going to try and get one out every day if I can, or at least Monday to Friday. I can pretty much guarantee. So good for you, man. Good to hear that you're on the up and up. Let's get into some Red Dwarf and have some fucking sort of laughs. Helgo, what's going on with you, buddy? I think you've been smashing through Mass Effect.
Oh yeah, I've been doing a bit of streaming and longer hours.
Does he sound weird to anyone?
Yeah. I was gonna say it seems filthy.
What's going on?
I don't know. You kind of became quiet for me.
There we are.
You're back now.
We're having a pool party.
Take two. So I've been doing a little bit more of streaming, mainly because I don't have time to do videos. Work has been crazy and very, let's say, uncertain in the past couple of months, with several of the management stuff acting a bit weird. But I've been hitting a lot of streaming with Mass Effect. By the way, Mass Effect is something that I don't want to stop playing. I can just play it for 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. It's not like a lot of the other games that I play 2, 3 hours and I say, okay, that's enough. Let's end it here. I got my fill. Mass Effect is something that I can play all day, and it's one of those games that I just don't want to stop playing. But I am planning to go a little bit more video making because I need to fulfill the videos. I did gain some subscribers, and Rhoda, I want to show you something. It's not mine. This one is not mine, but it is going to.
Oh, 50 nice. Lovely.
That is an Arrow Telecaster. It's a very budget model, but it is fucking amazing. I played it yesterday on stream, some bluesy stuff. Man, this thing's strings are like spaghetti compared to mine. The bendy stuff, it's amazing.
Oh, thanks, bro. You know I'm a Telecaster guy.
Yeah, the other guitarist of the band left here because we have to go and get our guitars to maintenance soon. So mine and this one are going to go to the repair shop soon. And on that end, apparently I might not make it as a very famous YouTuber, but from everything that stands, we might make it as musicians very soon because we're getting after the first album that went out just now with the band, we're getting invites left and right, including to a motorbike rock festival, which is a huge thing here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you'll get fans there.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but the things are looking up.
That's
brilliant.
Good, That's really great. That's great, man. Good for you. Everyone's doing all right today. That's a good thing. I love it. Love to see it. I had a good stream yesterday as well. Playing Alundra. I wanted to go for like 6 or 7 hours, but I ended up so fucking exhausted, like yawning and tired. I had to literally stop, especially because I got to the mine section in the dream and realized that I had literally save stated myself into an impossible situation where I was going to miss a missable collectible, and I literally had to start again. I was fucking enraged.
Yeah.
But we got there.
I stopped in during that part of it all.
I was losing my fucking mind, screaming at the damn thing, like, no, come on, you got to do it. You can't possibly. I'd left myself about 3 seconds to do what takes 10. And I almost did it a couple of times, but nah, there was no doing it. So we got to that point again and then called it a day. I will be streaming more Alundra very soon. It was a griftathon and people were very nice, very generous, helped me out a lot to make up for the sick days that I had in January because I genuinely couldn't fucking get out of bed for a couple of days. So I really appreciate everybody being fantastic. It's a good month. It's a good time to start new. We're in February, everybody. So yeah, new game begins, I suppose, although I am still filling up this heart piece to get to the next Jackbox stream. So we'll get there, and when we do, we'll be having a good time there. I'm not going to get rid of the hearts and start again. I'll keep it going maybe for the first quarter or something like that and see how far I can get. Anyway, thank you for being here, guys. We're going to get into the Red Dwarf stuff, but first of all, I got to go through some supers that we got that came in, starting with St. Hugo, gifting 1 for the princesses and the Griff Force like a freaking legend.
Help me create the future of the white race.
Salute King. What a fucking legend. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Smegheads is here as well, by the way, for the Australian 5. And says, one of my favourites of Red Dwarf in this series, no hologram already dead, morally, ethically, hologram killing, fine. Rimmer pushes her into traffic. Yes, he really does, yeah. And, yeah, Rimmer commits a literal murder in this episode. So just, you know, because apparently it doesn't matter because they're already dead. So
that's right.
There we go. And also, of course, there's the great big twist that we will get at the end that totally absolves him of anything anyway, so who cares? But, yeah, there's that, and it's really good. I mean, we're doing another kind of back to reality style story here, so there's a lot that needs to be kind of readdressed once we get to the end, and we'll do that. We'll save our statements for after this little bit here while we go through this. The early stream superstars, thank you so much for $5 fucking, you absolute king. And well, first of all, I've also got to give the Smegheads clip.
He's a smee. He's a smee.
He's a schmeeg. He's a smig. Hey.
Thank you for 5 Dora.
Thank you for 5 Dora.
Man, I love these new ones. I didn't see the Amelia one before, by the way, and yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Girls are bad.
That's what we're doing. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Snakeheads is back again with 5 memberships. 5 for the Grift Force and the Princesses.
Help me create the future of the white race.
Yeah. Love to see it, man. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you. That's great. I love it. We need more memberships because they have been falling off a cliff lately. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate you, you absolute king. Then what else? What we got here? Oh, disgusting. You did one. Another membership. That's just you want to see Amelia again. That's all that.
Help me create the future of the white race.
Yeah, buddy. Thank you. I need to change that. I really do. I can't have the white race thing was a joke.
I don't know. I like it.
It's starting to sound like I am an actual Yahtzee. And I'm not, not at all. But whatever. Anyway, I suppose. Thank you so much for that as well. Appreciate you. And then, of course, Saint Hugo has dropped in for 5 fucking euros. Wow, euros. There you go. It's like $7 there. Says you missed the real Ryan Spear on SNH, though you looked like really needing decent sleep, looking recharged today. I was fucking collapsed. And I still didn't get to go to sleep when I got off the stream because then I had to deal with the kids, and one of them did not go to sleep until 7 a.m., at which point I tried to take a nap for an hour and slept all the way through SNH and had to apologize to everybody. So, I feel really bad about that. I really wanted to be on this episode because Ryan was going to be on it, and also Wizard just after he was on FNT the night before. So he killed it, by the way. Absolutely smashed it. He was fan-fucking-tastic on that show.
Oh, cool.
Won't be surprised if they have him back. He is very, very good, and he's really hitting his stride as a YouTuber lately. His videos are crushing it. Very, very proud of our buddy, the real-life fake Wizard. The only person who has been a guest on this channel and Friday Night Tights. There you go. So there we go. That's pretty cool. Anyway, yeah, I did miss it, and I am feeling a bit better today. Thank you. Sorry about that. I was really flagging by the end of the stream yesterday. I was like, but just barely able to even speak anymore. Absolutely knackered. Really overambitious. Fully charged again today, though. Yes, I slept until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon today, which was really, really unprofessional of me, but I still got everything done that needed to be done. So there we go. Thank you so much for the $5, buddy.
Thank you for 5 Dora.
Oh yeah. Yes. And before I forget, we also got a membership chat that did not pop into my flagged, the section for super chats because for some reason EVMux doesn't do that. But where the hell are we? Where did it go? Where is it? I can't find it. Where the fuck's it?
What is it?
Where is it? Exactly. Hold on a moment. Let me scroll up a little bit. It was even before we got to the 5 gifties. So where are we? There we go. There we go. Boom. It's DramaticaLaur.
There it is. Yeah.
Acknowledge her.
Indeed.
Mascot of the channel. Mascot of the fans. Says hello, celebrating, by the way, 19 months of membership. Jesus, wow, that's amazing, dear. Thank you so much. Says hello, can watch for a little tonight. That's good. Says tomorrow I'm getting an endometriosis ultrasound. Yeah. Well, that's not so good. Although it's better than not having one. So
indeed.
There you go. Says basically they're sticking shit up my vagina. Sticking shit up my vagina. Sorry, I always just hear as Gilbert Gottfried says, so fun. Well, I mean, in the right context, but in this case, I suppose no, not so much fun. It's got to be done though, dear. It's better that it's It's better that they do it and find out what the fuck is going on up there rather than they don't and they won't. But since we are in the weird world of talking about someone's vagina, Gilbert, take it away.
Around and around, stroking the front wall of my vagina.
If you've never seen that, by the way, you must. It is it's the Gilbert Gottfried reads 50 Shades of Grey college humor video. Very funny.
Fuck, I have never seen that.
That is
so freaking funny.
No.
Yeah. It's really funny because it's like it's supposed to be a commercial and it's like, let the silk and sultry voice of Gilbert Gottfried tell you the story of 50 Shades of Grey all over again. And it's like, it's just that, I don't object to the fisting, but I'd really like to claim your ass. It's really fucking dark and weird. Especially when they film him doing it and he's like looking directly into the camera and really, holy fuck, is this wrong? You know? He goes, but holy hell, is it erotic? It's really fucking weird. Yeah, really weird.
Can you drop that in our group chat? I'll have to take.
Yeah, sure.
It.
Yeah, I'll do that later. Yeah, I've just closed it now, so I don't have it anymore. But thank you, DramaticaLaur, for 19 months of membership, and I really hope that they get to the bottom of whatever the hell is going on in your vajayjay.
Help me create the future of the white race.
And then Rhoda, what the hell? He's even on the channel and he's still doing it. Dropping 5 for the Grift Force, 5 for the Princesses, and 5 for the White Race.
Help me create the future of the white race.
The white race is getting a lot of help today.
Doing all right. The limit bar is at 42% already. We've barely done anything yet. So, goddamn, thank you all so much. Keep it coming. I'm not complaining at all. We get to the 100 line and we will be playing the booby videos of your choice. I played all of them last night. I ended up playing 3 in a row for James OB. 50 membership. I was like, if every time we get $50, I'll play one of the videos. And then I ended up going through all of them, some of them twice. So, thank you, you bloody legends. It was really helpful. Anyway, yeah, we'll get to the goal today and we'll hopefully play it. Then there is another member chat that it didn't pop into my dedicated section of supers and stuff, so I gotta go fucking find it now. Smackheads celebrating 11 months of membership. My god, man, they're really all getting up there now, aren't they? Says lol at the penguin meme, felting those people. Yeah, that's funny as well, actually. The penguin meme is getting a bit crazy at the moment. There was a whole thing with penguins as well for when Trump said they want Greenland and they're going to save the Arctic, and then it had Trump walking with a penguin, and that was kind of a negative one because if anyone who's ever been to primary school knows that penguins don't live in the Arctic, they live in Antarctica, in the south. It's polar bears that you're thinking of, Trump. So okay, the left had a field day with that one, and unfortunately, there's bugger all I can say about it because it's a win's a win. You know, they did look stupid doing penguin memes, so oops. Don't fucking do that. You don't give them ammo, you bloody idiots. Toasty's in the chat. Hello to Toasty. Says she loves being white. That's fine. I'm totally indifferent to my whiteness, so I suppose it is part of who I am. So I'm happy. My wife is very happy that our kids are white. So there's that. But that's because the Philippines are extremely racist about. They genuinely do not like dark brown or black skin. They think it's inherently ugly. Wow. Not my opinion. I personally couldn't give a fuck. I like that my wife is not white, for example. I like that she's tan, naturally. But hey, it's fine to be white. It's fine to be anything except someone named in the Epstein file drop that came out in the last 24 hours, because fucking hell.
I was reading about it, and apparently, and I'm not gonna be ashamed because I wanna fucking expose. Apparently, some people from my homeland running a particular modeling agencies were involved in all of this.
A
Yeah,
lot of modeling agencies and things like that
exactly a
involved.
huge surprise. A lot of the sort of satellite countries surrounding Russia get involved in that kind of shit all the time.
Yeah, ever since 2010. Amazing.
Yeah.
Like, we knew that. Yeah, modeling agency. We knew
No.
something was happening, but we didn't know for who.
Oh yeah, no. What I was going to say is modeling agencies being used for trafficking. What?
Outrageous! I've never heard.
No, don't say it.
Preposterous.
Preposterous, exactly. Yeah, no, can't possibly imagine something like that happening in this day and
Not
age.
the high upscale profession of modeling.
Yeah, the absolutely completely uncontroversial, squeaky clean profession of modeling.
Absolutely,
Yeah. There's
absolutely.
never been a casting couch. There's never been a person moving countries. No. It is really fun to see how many times Bill Gates has been named in those files. But another thing that that is quite bothersome is that Trump clearly warned everybody before that, like, you really don't want us to drop the complete unedited files. It's like, yes, we do. I mean, even I was like, yes, we do. And now I kind of feel like I wish they didn't, because there's some really, really horrifying stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Weird fucking sacrifices and rituals, kids being murdered and
yes.
Don't know how to tell everybody, but you know, satanic pedophiles have been in control since forever, and nothing's changed but the technology we.
The thing is,
it's a Johnspiracy.
I had to kill him.
It was a campaign promise, so he had to do it.
Oh, he had to do it. Yeah.
Otherwise, be an asshole.
I think the plan was originally to release just the names, not necessarily to release the horrible, sordid accounts of things going on the international yachts and stuff like that, because it turns out that there are things that allegedly have gone on in international waters on people's yachts, etc., that are so horrible that I literally started grinding my teeth and growling while I was driving earlier on listening to it. Like, I genuinely just don't know. Like, don't ever tell me about harm coming to, like, innocent young people, children, babies, especially babies. I just can't. Ever since I became a parent, my tolerance for such things has gone through the floor. I am very much a walking clitoris when it comes to anyone telling me horror stories about abusing children and stuff. No, can't have it. Can't even. If just the moment they ever even enters my head, you immediately summon a mental image. And you think like, oh my God, what must have been like to stop, Will. Stop. You're going to end up going crazy. So there we go. Anyway, it is nice to see the people responsible actually getting what's fucking coming to them for a change, although will any of them ever see the inside of a jail cell? Yet to find out. They should all be probably put to the axe, if you want my real opinion. But most likely that won't happen.
Completely agreed, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think our real opinions are good for YouTube.
Yeah. Say that again.
I don't think that our real opinions can be said here in these cases.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they will find a way to investigate themselves and find that they are perfectly, they've done enough to absolve themselves of the shame.
Yeah. DramaticaLaur is here for $2.99 Australian. Thank you very much. He says, I was horrified about Winnie the Pooh. Yeah. Turns out Winnie the Pooh is also in the Steam files. There is a photo of Epstein and some other bloke with Winnie the Pooh, with a guy in a Winnie the Pooh costume. Pretty. The problem is, if you didn't know anything, you would immediately assume that it's just a harmless photo, but then you realize the person on the left of it is Epstein, and suddenly Winnie the Pooh is tainted forever. To be honest, I never much liked Winnie the Pooh as a kid. I always thought it was really, really dull. Fucking hated all that crap. I hated it. I thought, someone kill someone, do something. I came here from Ninja Turtles. What the hell is this shit? You know, oh bother, I don't have any honey today. I better go and annoy the rabbit. Fuck! I just wanted to punch Tigger in his face.
Seems
So
I'm all out of honey. I
I've
guess I'll just have
always.
to have sodomy instead.
I guess we'll just have to have a blood ritual instead with that definition. Christopher Robin,
kangaroo meat.
Oh my god. All right. Thank you so much, DramaticaLaur and Smegheads.
Winnie the Pooh and the eyes wide shut. Sorry.
Oh no! No! This is why Ewok is miserable.
The honey is white. The honey is white.
Well, when you've seen the things that I've seen.
Oh yeah, now we understand Yori. Yori.
Yeah. I lost my tail at the blood orgy. Anyway, Smegheads, thank you so much for the $2. Just says wood chipper. Absolutely into the wood chipper with a lot of them, frankly. That's it.
I did tell you we were going to be playing Pin the Tail on the Donkey.
You did, yeah, but not in the way that we have ended up playing it. Nothing ever goes the way you think it will in this stream. Nothing ever goes the way you think it will. Nothing. Seriously, nothing. It's actually impossible for that to happen. Anyway, there you go. Here we are where we are, and we've done what we've done, and we've said what we've said, and it's time to move on. Red Dwarf calls, and we have to get through 3 episodes worth of content today, which is not the best thing for us to find ourselves having to do, because we are really quite terrible at procrastinating. So there we go.
True enough.
The last thing I'll do before we actually start then is just say how grateful I am to everybody for their generosity so far. We are doing really well. We're basically almost halfway up the bar at this point, so I'll have to update that. So thank you so much for the continued compliments. I really appreciate them. It really means a lot to me. It's almost enough to make me cry. You know? Absolutely. Oh, it's not good.
Thank you so much for the compliment. It means so much. Like, so much. Love you.
There it is.
What have I done? No, I brought it back. Ladies and gentlemen, Ariana Greyhound. There we go.
the actual benefit of this reunion special being one is that since it is kind of based on stuff that already exists, we can kind of gloss over some things that we normally probably would have taken more
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a proper script for this one. We only have a script that has all the lines in it. We don't have a script that tells us who said what. So, I mean, we'll probably be able to remember, but it is also just, you know, what it is. So we can begin then. This is Red Dwarf, Back to Earth. We go through the credits and we will see, of course, is it moving for you guys? No, it's not. Nope. I'm going to have to change the way it's fucking on screen, aren't I? God damn it.
Hey.
God damn it. It always does this shit. Hold on a moment. There we go. God damn it. Why are you doing this to me?
I've been enhanced. Right. There we go.
There we go. There we go. All right. Let's try again. Yes, here we go. So we got a lot of really strange things in the opening credits of this episode that people might not. Oh, there's the Blade Runner bit, of course. There's so much Blade Runner in this episode. Before we actually do start, though, before we get into it properly, let's just go around the horn and everyone say what they think about it in general. Because I don't know what to say about this. So you guys, please go ahead. Anytime. Anyone.
You know, like I said, to me, it functions as just a good kind of reunion of celebrating what has come to pass, and just kind of maybe making, you know, let's get a little bit of cheesecake in here. Let's just kind of try to, you know, approximate what you enjoyed for years, you know, season after season, and find a way to condense that into. I assume they probably played this over the course of a couple of weeks, but just a way to just kind of, you know, hey, Red Dwarf, that thing you liked. Here's, you know, and it was just kind of a celebration of its successes, and, you know, a way to kind of appreciate the audience for all the time and acknowledge it as something that actually had.
That is how it comes across.
It's a victory lap, yeah.
Yeah, like for me, a week or two ago, you said that you'd mistaken it for a comic relief special, and I think that's exactly how it comes across.
Yeah.
I think it was exactly the wrong way to try and relaunch Red Dwarf on its new channel.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't
mean,
supposed
like,
to
having
relaunch
said
it
that, like,
necessarily, but it was about launching Dave,
Yeah.
amongst other things. The channel Dave, which is referred to at least a couple of times in this story, because of course it shares the name with Lister. So there's that.
Yeah.
But
So I think it was a real misstep, and the only real misstep Red Dwarf's ever made.
Yeah.
I remember I didn't really enjoy series 10 that much, but 11 and 12 really started kicking ass again. So it's not like they'd forgotten how to do it. But
See,
yeah,
I
this
love
was
all of
just
10, 11,
like,
and 12. I think they're all fantastic. I really like 10, but that's fair enough.
I remember I especially enjoyed series 11.
Right.
And the cat movie that came after as well.
Promised Land, yeah, that's the
Yeah, that
final
one.
thing. I mean, I still think we need more Red Dwarf. I still really want more Red Dwarf. I am, however, really glad that we missed the entire woke saga, and Red
Yeah.
Dwarf. There was no Red Dwarf during.
Could you imagine them doing
Yes,
to Red
I know,
Dwarf what they did
that-
to Doctor Who over the last few years?
Can you imagine woke dwarf? That would be the worst thing
It
ever.
would be impossible. You literally
It would be
cannot
Blue
do Red
Dwarf.
Dwarf as woke. It functionally would not be possible. Like, you can't have someone calling everybody a smeghead or making jokes about not having sex or being some kind of loser or whatever. You just can't actually do it.
It would have been a
I
red
imagine
little
Doug
person.
Naylor probably looked at what was going on, and this is why there was such a lack of Red Dwarf even after Back to Earth. And do you know what? Nobody's going to want our shit right now. Oh wait,
Yeah. I mean, I was really pleased when Red Dwarf came back, and but this was 11 years after Series 8.
All right, there was a longer break than the number of seasons.
It's a longer break than the collective run of the show from Series
Right.
1 to 6.
Mhm.
You know, that was that they did like 6 seasons in 9 years.
Yeah.
So then they did 7, then they did 8, and then they took 11 years off and then came back with this. There's other issues with it too, but anyway, go on, Helzo, your turn, mate. What do you think?
I mean, if we're talking about the episode as a separate thing, it's not bad. It's good. There's some stuff that I didn't like, but the story is very very typical of a show like that. There are a lot of shows that like a lot of comedy shows that are doing such episodes, and they're doing it either in the middle of their runtime or just as it's happening separate. I didn't like that this was the continuation from season 8. I also missed what happened, like ending it with kicking Death in the balls, and then continuing from this without any connection. I think that they probably intended to do a movie in between, to have something to connect them.
Yeah. There was always
I've got the like the physical hardback book of the Red Dwarf Series 8 scripts, and
Right.
That actually says that the idea was to the reason it extended to 8 episodes instead of 6 was so they could syndicate, because they wanted to promote a movie.
That was it.
Right,
Yeah.
so-
You-
okay,
certain
yeah.
amount of episodes for Americans to be able to syndicate it so that they could justify
Yes.
a movie. Yeah, that's true.
I mean-
and it did syndication after Series 7 anyway on UK Gold every day after a while, and I loved that. But go on, Helzo.
I mean, it is a weird it is a weird set of episodes for sure. I watched it as a one whole, and I mean, I like a lot of, especially after let's say the first half, things really started picking up in terms of story and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that I don't like about this episode, and there are more things that I don't like about this episode, like these 3 episodes, than anything that I haven't liked in previous episode combined, which is already a huge downgrade for me.
Okay. I think the big issue of it is that after you've been away for 11 years, you finally come back, and people want the return to status quo. It's just the Starbuggers hanging out on Red Dwarf as they always were, series 1 through 5. Certainly as it feels as it was in series 4, 5, and I guess 6, although they didn't have Red Dwarf in 6. But we're just the thing is, first of all, there's no explanation for how on earth they managed to get out of the situation with the fucking thing that was eating the ship. There's no explanation for how Rimmer has become a hologram again. There's just really no explanation for it whatsoever. It even says, and you can't see it on the screen right now because we're covering it up, and so is fuck the BBC. But it says 9 years later at the start of this. And it's just really strange, especially because the whole Kachansky thing, like they set this up very quickly. They established that Kachansky is dead, only to later reveal that she actually isn't. She just left. And then it's like, well, then where did she go? What's she doing? Why? She's out on her own? That's insane. That doesn't make any sense. Even she wouldn't be that stupid, you know? But hey, whatever. Apparently she took a blue midget and skipped out on Lister, apparently after they had some kind of relationship, because which we didn't see, because people routinely tell him that he was dumped in this story, which doesn't make sense. Then of course I thought to myself, and I always do think to myself, because I only watched this, maybe that is only like the 4th time I've ever seen this, and I always forget that Chloe Anna is in it. At the end, she's in the fucking story. She appears to Lister right near the end, and then it's like, well, if she was going to be in it, why didn't you just get her for the whole fucking story and have them get some kind of satisfying payoff? Maybe they're allergic to the idea of Lister ever getting what he wants, because then the show's kind of over. But I don't know. I feel like we could easily have Lister. Well, actually, I'm just, now that I'm saying it, I'm thinking, yeah, if Lister and Kachansky were in a relationship, the whole show would be different, because you wouldn't have the lads aspect of this. Like, he wouldn't be able to be such a slob. He'd have to tidy himself up, and thus Lister's character would change.
You kind of could have if Lister and Kachansky had kids, and the kids
like
could be the lads.
But Lister's already had Jim and Bexley, and he's had himself.
That, but where the fuck
with Kachansky. So Lister's actually a father already, thrice.
Yeah. Yeah, but where are Jim and Bexley? In
the parallel universe with them female alternative counterparts. That's what happens. Lister gives birth to twins via C-section and then returns them to their original universe, because apparently time moves exponentially faster in the parallel universe. So Jim and Bexley become 18 years old in a matter of 3 days. And so they have to take them back to the original universe, which apparently they did, using the, what was it, the Hollyhock drive or something? It was the Hollyhock drive.
I'm just mean, like, where are they in the narrative as characters? They could have been used.
I know. There's a lot that starts to fall apart. Oh yeah, guys, by the way, you just reminded me, please like the stream and share the stream. And if you would be so kind, tickle the love button, as somebody is right now. It really does helps people to find the show, helps it to get boosted. They still haven't given us a hype button in the Philippines yet.
26 likes currently.
We are indeed. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, let's actually start then. Let's fucking just start this thing, because it's very strange. So we've got Red Dwarf. It looks very nice and shiny and no longer is a pencil. For some reason, it's now back to the sort of size and shape that it was in the original show, where it actually, which I prefer, frankly, because I always hated the long Red Dwarf, because it ain't a dwarf. I know that it's named after a star, but the fact that it was kind of a squat, giant spaceship always kind of tickled me. I thought it was by design, but apparently no, they wanted it to be this ridiculously long spaceship, but it shouldn't be. It should be stubby and short, like a fucking dwarf, you know? But anyway, whatever. So we are playing around with way too much CGI, by the way, in this. And I found that because the BBC are cheap as fuck, the more CGI they use in this episode, the more it fucking alters like there's like a frame rate thing, like it's limited to 25 frames a second, and when that causes this sort of weird phasing thing that happens whenever they have CGI in this. Do you know what I'm talking about? A bit like when Doctor Who first came back.
Yes,
and
this has a very revival Doctor Who BBC quality to it. In terms of that.
Except that it's probably got a better budget. But yeah, Doctor Who, of course, was well into its 4th series by the time this came out. So I guess, they were like, oh, we've got CGI we can play with now. And they kind of overused it. I feel like it doesn't land particularly well. And I think physical props are much better for Red Dwarf because even if they look cheap, they still
and Doctor Who for the same reasons. Like, I mean, like if you see wobbly sets and shit, then you've got your own suspension of disbelief for something that's supposed to be serious, like Doctor Who. And
if the polymorph was CGI, for example, it wouldn't have worked. The polymorph would not be as scary if it was CGI. The fact that it's a giant, weird model of this like scythe-armed, strange, multi-mouthed monster that literally has a physical presence is much scarier.
That is an excellent example of what I said.
Yeah, it is much better. Red Dwarf, like Doctor Who, somehow feels more authentic the cheaper it looks. So when they come back and they throw all this CGI budget out of the tentacles, and okay, why have 2 or 3 physical tentacles when we can also have 5 extra CGI ones flashing around in the background or in the foreground? It's like, because you didn't need all of that. Because we lived through...
They built it on that realism. They built it on that prosthetic realism that you don't have to imagine. Yeah, and it works. If they have the budget, they could have just gone for a better prosthetic.
The background
that would have been much better.
Clean,
and you can sort of see the way that Lister's moving here. There's sort of this weird phasing about him. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's totally. They shot it using the Red one, by the way. That's the Red cameras that are now absolutely industry standard, and fair enough for that. But for whatever reason, they shot it in a way that just looks artificial. It
looks like a music clip from the
mid-2000s. It's like when you saw when music videos in the 2000s started using loads and loads of CGI.
Yeah, something like Linkin Park.
Or Evanescence and stuff like that. Yeah, like in the end. And it causes there to be like not a frame rate issue exactly, but just this weird, I can only describe it as this weird sort of phasing quality where people move in a way that they don't move to the naked eye.
It's a little bit weird. Of floatiness.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of floatiness and almost like everyone's moving in slow-mo and then sped up. I'm not sure what the hell happened here, but we get this long establishing shot of Red Dwarf where we zoom right into one of the windows to catch Lister walking along a corridor that it just looks too expensive. It looks too flash for Red Dwarf,
it's very clean.
It's like a totally different thing.
Well, for starters, the background CGI, he's blatantly on a green screen here. Like he thumps the leopard lager machine and there's all like he doesn't actually kick it, he kicks the space in front of it.
I mean, let's be completely honest. The background CGI here looks like shit.
It does, yeah. That's the problem. They should have just built a physical set. It would have worked better.
It needs bland. Because like the Red Dwarf always had some like, let's say, dirt or something. It wasn't really properly maintained. It was like pure iron or stuff like that. It was like a submarine, and it worked again because it was that props realism. You didn't have the CGI. You can enhance it with CGI a little bit. That would have been good. But pure CGI, especially in those years, was something that very rarely worked.
Hang on, just sorting this out. Put us back where we were. It was good before. I liked it. Anyway, there we go.
That's exactly it.
Go on.
Like that's exactly it. We want crappy, fucking wobbly physical sets.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a working class spaceship. It's supposed to be shit.
Right.
Yeah? It's actually supposed to be shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, having this like kind of like failed but attempted gorgeous, beautiful spaceship.
Well, even
doesn't
still
hit the show.
today, you know, when you're making stories that are highly fictionalized worlds, you know, you need to find a way to ground them, and the easiest way to do that is physical sets.
Exactly.
You know, I know because I'm watching Fallout, and one of the things that makes that I think actually work as well as it does is they do utilize a lot of physical props. Even their death claws are actually dudes in suits and whatnot.
Of course, yeah,
so,
you should.
yeah.
People have only just now started to realize that an abundance of CGI is no good. In 2009, people were well into the whole everything should be CGI thing, but if anything, you know, Star Wars and the Marvel movies have taught us that too much CGI is too much fucking CGI.
Yeah.
Get back to making physical props.
That's why
Even you can
Jurassic
see the
Park
way that
1 was
Lister is
amazing.
blurred here, by the way. He's like literally in the middle of a frame blend. That's what it is. They've used frame blending on these scenes with the CGI, which is something you can do in editing. That if you speed up or slow down a clip, you can use frame blending to make it look like this. It's moving at the speed in the right frame count that you want, but it doesn't work. It doesn't look good. I never use frame blending ever because it always looks cheap and shitty like this. So there we go. Anyway, whatever. We go across another window and we find that they are in their sleeping quarters, which now looks much more like it used to again. Where they have a grey walls and stuff, and they've brought it back. Rimmer's in here arguing with a scutter. Of course he is. That's what Rimmer does.
And yeah, one of the worst atrocities of this is the scutters, in my opinion.
Yeah, the CGI scutters. Yeah, they're fucking
This is
awful.
like watching the Power Rangers movie, the first Power Rangers movie.
A bit, yeah, it is.
That's the level of CGI.
Yeah, the scutters were built robots before, and they could move. And if you wanted a close up of them doing like when they go like that, etc., then it's a guy with a glove on, you know, and you know that, but it's fine. There was nothing wrong with it. It looked fine. It was good. Anyway, whatever. Lister appears as Rimmer is arguing, saying that he wants his vending machine maintenance man of the month certificate reframed and put on the wall. And there's no room for sloppiness. Lister arrives, and we see that he's got a tomato or whatever in his bag, and he sits down and does this joke where they're talking about Crichton. Crichton's on holiday, a week off, no duties. Machines don't go on holiday. Why have you given him a holiday? Again, it's fine, but it doesn't really make sense because apparently Crichton's idea of a holiday is literally just to sit his head on a shelf on V deck. And they're like, why not B or C deck? Somewhere close. Oh, he wanted to travel. Didn't you read his postcard? He's loving it.
That is actually funny.
That is pretty funny, yeah. Taking his feet off, unscrewed his head, eyes bobbling about in a bowl of lens cleaner, having the time of his life. Yeah, fair enough. I guess it's kind of funny. But anyway, it turns out Lister's gone on some absurd quest to track himself down a fucking tomato. And we track round to the side. We've got dynamic camera angles now, which is nice. It's not so bad. It looks a lot better now when they're not fucking around with too much CGI the whole time. But Lister says, I smeggin' hate tomatoes. Taste, texture, ugh. Yeah, I don't like tomatoes either. I don't mind them as a sauce or whatever, or a soup, but I fucking can't stand actual tomatoes. They're horrible.
Oh, really?
But I can't bite into a tomato. No way in hell.
Oh,
mate.
right, that one.
Can't do that. It's disgusting to me.
I prefer the smaller ones that you just put in your mouth rather than
Cherry
you take
tomatoes.
it
They're the
out.
worst. I cannot possibly eat one of them. To me, it feels like I'm eating an eyeball or something. You know, just this squishy,
fair enough.
melty,
We're all
bleh.
different.
Yeah, no, I've never been able to do it. My dad couldn't either. Couldn't stand tomatoes. My mum loved them. We can't do them. Can't deal with them. But anyway, so I can relate to Lister here. And he's gone ahead and he's done this. It's an elaborate prank, and it slightly lands, but again, kind of also doesn't. He says he hates some tomatoes. Don't know why I put myself through it. And then he takes a big bite out of the tomato, and Rimmer says, why are you eating tomatoes when you don't like them? There's plenty of other things to eat. He says, it's got to be tomatoes, man. Only thing I'm allergic to. So why do you want to eat something you're allergic to? According to the readouts, we're down to our last water tank, only G-Deck left. That's what Lister says. He says, I'm saving water. He says, have you ever been to G-Deck, seen the water tank? There's loads of water left. says, so how come only a trickle's coming out of the taps then? So this is actually good writing because it sets up that there is something fucked up with the water supply, and we'll get to that very soon. But then we get this, which is funny, but also kind of not. I don't know. It just sort of doesn't quite land as well as it could have with me. We see Lister pick up and set up an ironing board, and he's about to iron something. And it's okay, it's kind of funny. So Lister has a small sieve. He says, oh, there's got to be tomatoes. Here we go. It's coming. And he sneezes straight into the sieve and then uses the water to iron his pants. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. Kind of funny. For whatever reason, doesn't make me laugh out loud. I don't know what it is.
This would have worked better in let's say several series back.
Yeah, season 5.
It would have worked in a different setting. Maybe it would have worked better in Bloomage.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of
when they were in Starbuck, maybe. Yeah, when they were actually low on supplies all the time. Yeah.
I think that's where some of the I guess trickiness comes with watching this. Is characters seemingly have been set back in their actual progression that they've made, and it's kind of like you're just seeing almost like an alternate
a little bit,
take.
Yeah. Because it's a bit like we haven't seen them for 9 years, and then there's sort of like nothing's changed. They're just still here doing this, you know.
Well, no, it's the opposite to that. It's anti-changed.
Yeah,
there was the development in Series 7 and the development in Series 8, and then suddenly
we're back
in Series 5.
Exactly. Smegheads is here, by the way, for 5 Australian. Says this thingy, whatever it is, it's messing with the supply thingy pipe stuff thing, isn't it? Please, we're laymen, spare us the plumbing jargon. That's funny. Yeah, that makes me laugh. Yeah. It's not terrible.
Oh, there are good lines in it.
There are good jokes and good lines. I missed there being a live audience, by the way. That pissed me off too. Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying?
I will drop kind of a hot take. A lot of the time when we're reviewing Red Dwarf, we're praising Chris Barry. I think that Craig Charles does a much better job than Chris Barry in this series.
I think he has more to work with, certainly. There's a lot of leaning on the last man alive aspect of it. So yeah, I think Craig Charles really does go all in on this, whereas Chris Barry is kind of just spinning his wheels doing Rimmer stuff. The funniest thing that Chris Barry does in this, apart from pushing a woman into the road in front of a truck, is when they go into the local shop on the set of Coronation Street and they all start trying to do impressions of a Manchester accent or a Scouse accent and literally Rimmer when he's like terrific, top pet, you know, that's pretty funny. That makes me laugh. But anyway,
that's funny. But I really got the impression, like rewatching it, that Craig Charles is much more invested than anybody else.
Probably, yeah. I think so. Yeah, I think he was really keen to come back and do more Red Dwarf. I think he really loves it. Chris Barry has a complicated relationship with it. He likes it a lot now, but he didn't like it a lot for quite a long time because he didn't like being cast permanently as the arsehole Rimmer, you know. But there you go. Anyway, Smegheads is back for another 2 and says RTU is jealous. You said eating eyeballs. Yeah, sorry, Rich. The false alarm. We're not eating eyeballs over here. I know you're a fan. I know you like eating people's eyes, but unfortunately, no, not today. Thank you, though, Smegheads. Appreciate you. Huh?
Smeghead's super chat was why I suddenly started laughing, by the way.
Right, yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Smegheads.
Thank you for 5 Dora.
Anyway, we're still here and we're still doing it. So Rimmer sits and just calmly, and I think part of the reason why it feels weird is in Series 7 there was no live audience, but they added an audience to they played the episodes for live audience, recorded them reacting, and then played that as the TV broadcast version. So there was still a laugh track. But this has nothing at all. No laughter whatsoever. No sad. And it's weird. It's weird when someone does something that's funny and there's no sound whatsoever from an audience. You just get used to it with certain shows, and the shows that usually do well with without an audience, comedy shows, are written to have lines delivered very fast, so there's almost no silence. Whereas in this scene in particular, there are long pauses where you feel like an audience should be laughing. I feel like if you were just to put a laugh track on this, it would be about 20% better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It,
Don't get me
it
wrong,
automatically is.
I don't want to shit on this all the time. It's not what I'm here to do. I actually do like the story, and I do like some of the jokes. It's just strange. It just feels weird. Like we've gone into a Bizarro world version of Red Dwarf, you know?
So these kinds of episodes in every show always are very weird and very touchy to do. It's very risky to do something like this when you're in a when you're a show. This the same principle is with every time travel episode. If it's not something that happens often, like Red Dwarf is amazing at time travel episodes, but very few shows are. If you discount what Doctor Who was, and the same thing is, you have a lot of shows that do these types of episodes that we're currently seeing very well, and they're handling it very well, but it doesn't work all the time, especially if you don't have any good context.
Yeah. This feels better later when we actually get into some real drama. In the third part, there's actually some pretty heavy drama scenes, and that works much better than just the sort of, I feel like you need the live audience. I feel like they, as performers, need a live audience, which is why I was so glad they brought the audience back for series 10, 11, 12.
It's like there's a celebration for what has been, rather than it feeling like a vital moment that's actually, focused on what it is, and building things. This is just looking at things that have already been built, and then remember
admiring
that? Isn't
their
that
own
nice?
work.
Yeah.
It's a victory lap. Yeah. Well, anyway, regardless of that, the scene plays out. Lister is obviously doing this to try and wind up Rimmer. He's now so dedicated to trying to get a rise out of Rimmer, because that's the only thing he can do that keeps him amused, that he's actually traveled miles throughout the ship to find a tomato, bite into it because it makes him sneeze, so that he can sneeze into a sieve and then iron his sneezes into his pants. He says, "You don't want any ironing do you?" He goes, I get it. Because I love when it makes that squish sound, don't you? Because you've spent hours planning this, haven't you? Hours, this wind up. Because that's exactly what it is. Going down to supply decks, trawling through the crates, getting half hysterical at the thought of my face as you start to iron your sneezes. Was it really worth it, Listy? Hours and hours and hours of planning for 8 seconds of pleasure. And then Lister says, sounds like the last time you had sex. So you do get a kind of, he goes, Lister, you need to get a
Magruder.
Yeah. So there we go. We get Lister, you need to get a life, which is pretty funny, really, because that is what Lister wants, and we do actually, they do a fairly good job in this three-parter of establishing what Lister wants, and he still wants what he always did, Kachansky and some kids, because so far he's had 3 babies and he's been unable to keep any of them. 2 of them had to go back to a parallel universe, and the other one is him. So causality literally forced him to put himself in a box under a pool table in the Egbert Farms in 2300 or whatever. But whatever, anyway. Then we get this scene where the very bad CGI Scudder is putting the picture up. And then, unfortunately, something terrible happens, and it all... Oh, that's right. Lister's got dressed up because he's going to see Kachansky's grave. Then there's a bump or whatever. Something goes terribly wrong, and now the voice is going... The voice that was previously going level, level, level is now going not level, not level, not level. And this, unfortunately for me, doesn't even make me feel. I'm just like, what? And then you get this weird bit where the Scudder, if you actually watch, the Scudder does this thing where it's just bouncing up and down. Somebody had to sit.
It makes no sense.
Someone sat and animated that just for me to have no idea what it's doing. It's really strange. It's really weird. I don't know why they did it. But anyway,
supposed to
whatever,
seem
you know.
like the
Kind of
Scudder's
before
laughing.
people had a hang on this technology.
I feel like you're right there, yeah.
I think that they should have maybe not employed the latest technology when they were trying to do new episodes of an old show. I think it was a big mistake.
Right. Yeah. I think they learned that by the time they went back to do series 10, they realized, because you are back to physical sets and you are back to the same kind of humor. And that's why 10 works so well, because 10 feels like series 5, series 6, which I like a lot. And so do 11 and 12. But we'll get there. We'll get there next week. You'll see what I mean. Anyway, just double checking here that I'm up to date on super. No, I'm not. Sardoc's here for £5, legitimate currency. Woo! Thank you very much. Says, if you say it in a Trump voice, that makes it so much better. Hours and hours and hours. Yeah. Billions and billions. Yeah. Follow up with, we've never seen anything like it. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Hours and hours you waited trying to pull off this prank. You've never seen anything like it. You need to get a life, listen. Anyway, yeah, there we go. Yeah. Weird, isn't it? Thank you very much, Sardoc, and thank you for $5.
Thank you for $5.
Yeah, buddy. And James here. James, it's okay. Weird force. Someone vape. Someone vape. Real rent. That's strange. That's strange.
What? Wait, is that what's happening? Let's test it.
Hello? What's going on? Hello? Am I underwater?
No,
you're not now.
I think it's because if I talk too soon after playing a clip, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Well, whatever. Anyway, thank you, James, for $5. Appreciate you. Thank you for $5.
Thank you for $5.
Legends, you guys are fucking legends. We have passed the halfway point on the gold bar already. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. If we can get all the way, we will be playing some Booba for you all. However, it's going to take us 17 years to get through this episode if we don't start kicking up the gear quite a bit. We are miles behind. We're already well over an hour into the show, and we're still in the second scene. So typical for us. Here's Lister in this weird little section where they're on this observation bit that we've never seen before, and there's like a dedicated platform on it, and that's where they've put Kachansky's grave. It's really quite strange. But I suppose there it is. To those we've lost in our hearts forever. It's all played very much for drama. Almost as if they weren't sure if they were going to be able to get Chloe Annett. And then they did. So obviously this is a grave dedicated to everyone who died on Red Dwarf. But Lister's using it as Kachansky's grave. That's what's going on. He then tells her he's... and it's played real dramatically. Like he's literally got tears in his eyes. Craig Charles here proving over and over again what a great actor he's become. Because remember, he was just a fucking comedy poet. He just did comedy slam poetry when they picked him up. Because they wanted him to read for someone, and then he asked to read for Lister. And that's how they got Lister. But there you go. And he's literally got tears in his fucking eyes. He's a good actor, man.
That's kind of what I was referring to. That like this entire sequence of 3 episodes is like Craig Charles really shows himself as a fantastic actor.
He does throughout this. Yeah, he does a great job in this. The interesting thing, though, is that they've made him Lister more of an idiot than he normally is, because he tells her he's brought a book for her to read to her. He says it's by Jane Austen. I'm not quite sure how you pronounce it. Sense and Sensibility. It's like, buddy, you've literally not only are you not only you're not illiterate, right? Secondly, you've literally been to Jane Austen land with Kachansky, where it's just impossible that he wouldn't, But whatever, anyway. Meanwhile, there's a massive disturbance in the water tank, and the cat arrives. in the bunk, looking absolutely drenched. Wow, yeah, I'm here. Anyway, he's going, what happened to you? What? Wait a minute, you got a minute? Tell him. He goes, I'm walking through the cargo deck, right, minding my own damn business, when all of a sudden, that big tank on G deck. He means the water tank. Suddenly, there's a disturbance on the surface of the tank, and whoosh, this massive testicle shoots up out of the water and grabs me by the throat. Lister says, he means tentacle. He goes, I hope so. Before I know it, I'm flying through the air, being waved about from side to side. I'm shouting, I'm screaming because this thing, whatever it is absolutely ruining my hair. And now it's like, now, okay, good. The cat's here. It feels like Red Dwarf. For whatever reason, it didn't quite feel right. The cat returning, which is weird because the cat is never really used as much as Lister and Rimmer to make jokes, apart from just being stupid. But it worked really
he's
well.
Physical.
Yeah,
like,
he's animated.
He's very, and I think that brings a little bit of realness back to it. That
maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it is. It's just that there's been a real dearth of energy so far in the episode. Just sitting around and talking.
Red Dwarf is like real life. It's better when you get a cat.
Yeah, that's funny because the way you just said Red Dwarf, then you actually said Red Dwarf, which is like the name of the guy, the name of the head of the Red Dwarf fan club, as we'll find out. Whatever. Anyway, so the cat's here. He got grabbed by a giant tentacle, and flung around. And he's pissed off because his suit's ruined. And he says, suddenly I'm staring at this big eye. It's about this big. No, this big. No, this big. And it's just slowly getting marginally bigger. And that is definitely a cat kind of thing to say, like getting obsessed in the minutiae. Because he does do that from time to time. He goes, and then the beast, because that's what it is, opens his mouth, and I realize that's where I'm heading. So I combed my hair and fainted. Came to, I'm on the floor by the side of the tank, no sign of the creature. Oh, I need counseling. He goes, you got that right. So where did it go? It didn't say, and it didn't leave a note. That is so weird. It's not that weird. Probably can't even write. Anyway, Crichton returns. And actually, just I wouldn't even hold a pen with its big testicle. But there we go. So Crichton's back, going, holiday, celebrate. Hey, Surf Boys back from Broomtown. What a vacation, sirs. Says, I can't remember the last time I was so relaxed and utterly carefree. Lister says, there's a big monster in the water tank. Crichton goes, oh my gosh, that's why we're down on water. He goes, oh, that's why we're down on water. We're down on water? Yeah, and without water, me and the cat are going to die. Oh, it's a disaster. Oh, my back. I'm just one big tension knot. So yeah, of course, immediately, the second that Crichton has returned relaxed, everything's gone tits up. Where did he get the Hawaiian shirt? Where did he get the fucking flowers? What is V deck the Hawaii deck or what? Like, I mean, I know Lister used to wear Hawaiian shirts all the time because he was a fan of Fiji and wanted to retire there.
Mm-hmm.
But we haven't seen any of Lister's Hawaiian shirts since like Series 1, maybe Series 2. So where the fuck did Crichton get an oversized Hawaiian shirt that would fit on top of his mechanoid body? Whatever.
It's been years. They might have found.
I guess you found it somewhere.
Probably made it. Git. Anyway,
coffee machine on D deck.
I'll do it. All right. Anyway, so he's freaking out, and they establish that there's this fucking monster on the ship. They're arguing about what they should do. Should we kill it? Fritter the critter, someone says. That's pretty good. They say, how do we kill it? We can't suck it out of an airlock because we'd lose the water. We can't Mickey the water because we'd pollute the drinking supply. No choice. We're going to have to go. And Rimmer stands up and says, no choice. We're going to have to go in and get it. And I know what you're thinking. Because Lister's thinking the same thing. He goes, serious? He goes, we're going to need a diving bell, the kind with grade 1 reinforced titanium ribs. We're going to need diving suits, bazookoids, mini grenades, laser lancer, blasters. And we're going to need something good for me to read while you're all down there. Classic Carl Mumford or something. Now we're back, of course. So anyway, the cat decides, yeah, I'm going to go I'm not going. I don't want to get my suit fucked up. Lister's like, you are going. He goes, hey, I'm a cat. Nobody bosses Mr. C around, buddy. He goes, you got that monkey boy? Or should I explain it one more time for your small monkey brain? How would you like it if I flushed the entire... Oh, no, Lister says, how would you like it if I flushed the entire ship's supply of tuna out of an airlock? And he goes, when are we leaving? You packed? Come on, let me help you, man. And so he's all hyped up to go suddenly. He goes, don't wear nothing lilac or we'll clash. Yowie, yeah, we'll go. So there we go. They're in this diving bell. And this is about where it starts to actually get pretty good, the episode. Like that awkward clunkiness of the beginning is kind of gone now, and we're back in groove. We've got all 4 characters together. They're starting to sound like themselves again. It's very strange to me. Sorry, say that again.
I'm sorry. They're just starting to do the things that they usually do.
Yeah, like, exactly. Yeah, they're saying things in the way that they normally do. Yeah.
First few moments is like the tuning up of the band.
Yeah, it was rust.
Yeah, they go to see the orchestra and they do that whole kind of like, that sound at the beginning before they actually start to play, where they're just,
Yeah, there you go. It's a weird one actually, because you would think that a scene with Rimmer and Lister would be perfectly able to carry itself, but for whatever reason it just doesn't land for me. Right, that sneeze joke it's funny. I know it's funny. I know I should be laughing, but I'm not. It makes me go, yeah, Lister, disgusting, and that's about my response to it, which is strange because it's Rimmer and Lister, which is literally the core of the fucking show, and always was. So it's strange, you finally get them back in the sort of situation that we haven't seen them in since literally series 6, and now it's just. For whatever reason, didn't work. It's going to get a lot better now, though. It's about to get a lot better. So we're in the diving bell. They're heading down. Cat's wearing a ridiculously over-the-top pink, purple jumpsuit thingy. Not remotely dressed for this. Lister's dressed properly, of course. Why is the cat wearing sequins to go in a diving bell? Because he's the cat, of course. Anyway, so there we go. We are we're heading down. They see that there's something out there. Where I saw something moving. He goes, my bowels, if you keep shouting like that. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Rimmer, check the sonar. And Rimmer is doing his best Chris Barry impression, being a classic car nerd. Literally, that's Chris Barry's thing. That's his hobby, is collecting classic cars and fixing them up, and he just loves himself some classic cars, so fair enough. That's why it's funny in the Marooned episode when Lister asks him what it was like losing his virginity in his brother's car, and he says brilliant, incredible, Bentley V8 turbo, blah blah blah, blah.
I doubt that was even written for him. I think he probably just fucking said it.
It wasn't. They left him a space in the script to just say whatever he wanted. Yeah. I've seen the behind the scenes. I watched it today because I wanted to know if there was anything I could learn that would make me a bit more kind to this than I was feeling like being. Because again, the problem with this is not that it's bad. It's just that it's not as good as the rest of Red Dwarf. That's the problem. Probably because it's just...
compared to like... what most people are pumping out, it's fucking fantastic.
Masterpiece, glorious. I'd watch this in a heartbeat over almost anything. Compared to, say, Star Trek, fucking Starfelt Leering Center, no, I don't think so. Or The Acolyte, or fucking
but
the
those
last
are
series of
standards.
Doctor Who, The War Between the Land and the Sea. They can all fucking jump off a bridge. I'd watch this and only this for the rest of my life if it meant deleting all of them from history.
Completely agree.
I could tank that one to the human race. Why not? But what we do get then is Rimmer reading from Classic Car Monthly, which I'm pretty sure he doesn't even have to. I don't think that's a prop. I'm pretty sure it's just Chris Barry's magazine. But whatever.
Yeah,
anyway,
he probably just had it on him.
Yeah, he goes, did you know that of all the Jensen Interceptors ever built, only 23 have the manual 4-speed box? It's amazing. Rimmer, the sonar, check it, you smegger. Is there anything down here with us? What? No.
Oh.
He goes, it's all clear, it's fine, good. He goes, get this, listen, the four-wheel drive, the FF, identified by a measly 4-inch stretch at the wheelbase, had ABS in 1966. How mad is that? I saw something, I definitely saw something. Oops. Chaps, bit of an update. Rimmer is now looking at the scanner. There's the second one. Then he finally looks at the screen, realizes something's terribly wrong, and says, "There appears to be something bigger than God heading straight for you." Now that's funny, but I'm again going to be a bit of a bastard here and say that while that did make me smile, it also only makes me think of the actual despair squid from Back to Reality, and the line there is something like, "There's something bigger than King Kong's first dump of the day," or something like that, which I think is a way funnier line. So it's like it did make me sort of smirk, but again, it's just kind of a recycled joke and not as good as the original. But oh well, whatever. What is it? How do I know? It's not like a commercial airliner with writing down the side. It says, "Well, do something. Get us out of here." He goes, "Can't. Too scared. Can't." He goes, "Look at my hands." He goes, "You're scared, but you're not even down here." And he goes, "You're safe." He goes, "Safe? I'm not safe from having to sit here and watch my sonar screen get covered in your gloopy insides, am I? I'm not safe from seeing those terrible pictures of my head of you being eaten alive and never being able to get rid of them. You just think about you, don't you? It's always with you. It's always you with you." Crichton says, "Sir, I've changed my eyeballs 3 times and I can't see anything." And he goes, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" And Jesus, the screaming. And then, literally, I think this is it. Yeah. Rimmer goes, "It's gone."
Yep.
It's just gone. "Oh, okay." Goes, "Relax. As you were." Goes, "Oh my God. What was that?" "It's gone." "No, sir. It's underneath us. If we're really quiet, it might think we're a rock." "Rimmer, pull us up slowly and quietly." "Rimmer, are you reading me? Sir, can you hear us?" "Wait, what's that? I can't see anything." And we get to hear them all screaming and ruckusing while Rimmer has put on "Getting to Know You," as it sounds like it's being played by like the Glenn Miller Orchestra or something. So which I don't like, and I'll tell you why. Number one, Rimmer does not like Glenn Miller. Okay, he literally says in series 3 or 4, "Aliens, I bet they're going to return Glenn Miller.
Right.
We don't want him. You took him. You can keep the Smegger." He says, "Glenn Miller, just what we need. Glenn Miller boring us to death with Pennsylvania 65000." He then, in a later episode, in the last series, when he's trying to sneak into the psychotropic testing area to be able to manipulate and hack the simulation that he doesn't know he's also part of, he literally gets into the area by having the guard go away for a cigarette break because he knows all about him from his confidential files, and refers to him in a sneering negative tone as a jazz fan. So we know that Rimmer, for as bad as his taste is with Hammond organ music and Morris dancing and all of that fucking awful piss, doesn't like jazz and doesn't like Glenn Miller. So why the fuck is he now sitting here for ages listening to some fucking jazz walking pace? Da 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 da.
Well, it's been 9 years. Maybe he changed.
Rimmer don't change. He ain't gonna change.
How can he have changed when it's not the original Rimmer? And it's not the Series 8 Rimmer, it's a new hologram Rimmer. So
I know, right?
We've gone back to at least Series 6.
Right. And I'm going to be I'm being ridiculously anal about that, by the way, by pointing it out, but I had to point it out because it is literally what I am doing as a job here, reviewing this. And it doesn't make sense that Rimmer would choose to sit and listen to some fucking chill out jazz number when we know he doesn't like jazz, and considering that the orchestra he's listening to sounds like Glenn Miller. So there you go. That's just me. Now, obviously I'm a jazz kid. I was raised on jazz. I love jazz. But that's maybe why I've always remembered being annoyed that Rimmer doesn't like jazz, but likes Morris dancing. You know?
No, I'm not very familiar with jazz. I neither like nor dislike it.
Dixieland, New Orleans style. You need to listen to some of that. That's basically
okay.
Anyway, there we go. When we're not on the stream, I'll give you a direction to my father's old band if you want to listen to some of it. But I'm not going to say what that band is on stream because it would dox me. So there we go. Anyway, right. So obviously this whole thing is played for laughs. I just think it would have been funnier if it was like some horrible kitschy Hammond organ bullshit that Rimmer's listening to. But okay, whatever. He's sitting there, he's chilling out, bopping along to the jazz while on the monitors behind him, everyone else is under attack. The diving bell is getting fucked with, and then suddenly the testicles arrive. I say testicles, of course, because the tentacles are coming. Where are they? Where are they? Boom! Here we go. Now, these are the CGI tentacles. They don't really look that good, but they could look worse. You've also got physical tentacles, and you've got physical tentacles on a green screen. So you've got a physical tentacle in the shot, physical tentacles on a green screen, and another layer of CGI tentacles. It's kind of a mess. But fortunately, the editing is pretty fast, so you don't really have to deal with it for very long. But yeah, they all get their asses handed to them while Rimmer is just sitting in the back, and they are fighting to the death with the giant pink squid tentacles that have made their way inside the diving bell. There we go. Like, for example, this shot here, it's very good. It's really good, actually. And then finally he clocks that they actually are not fine, that everything's gone terribly wrong, and he needs to help them. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. How we doing, chat? You good? It looks like we're all right. Says Dr. Deviant 66060 says, I join and you're talking about Morris fucking dancing. Exactly. It's Rimmer.
I do have a very close friend who does Morris dancing.
I have friends who do it.
He's not normally a wanker, but you know, he's someone I trust, but he does this weird shit. But you know, if it makes people happy in their downtime, then they should go.
Oh, sexy. Baby.
No choice. No choice. I had no choice.
Oh man.
All right. Let's skip to the end. Diving bell comes back up, absolutely coated in the pink slimy ink of this squid.
Yeah, ink.
Yeah. And that actually matters quite a lot. Because obviously we're going to discover that this is what it is. And if you think about the last time they encountered a giant squid on an ocean planet, it secreted a huge cloud of ink that engulfed Starbuck. Yeah. And that was enough for them to get really, really fucked. This thing's been in there coating them in its ink. So just keep that in mind, because from this moment on, things are going to get fucky. They walk out. We get actually a really good shot somewhere. They walk out. There's Crichton, and finally Lister with a knife in his mouth, like fucking Rambo or some shit, and a giant fucking tentacle that they just heave out, and they've lopped it off the bastard, and they throw it down, and it splatters Rimmer with its ink as well.
I mean, that is a really good representation of all of the cast.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. What exactly do you mean by that?
I mean, like Lister coming out with having a knife in his mouth.
Yeah, sure, yeah. And then throwing it at Rimmer.
Cat is still looking pristine despite the shit that they've been through. And
he wouldn't say so, but yeah.
And splattering Rimmer, obviously.
So then, exactly. So then we get to this point where, in fact, it would be like, I don't know why this is able to work on me so well. you should have realized almost the second that the next thing happens that something is amiss. But for whatever reason, I didn't. I was like, oh, how did that happen? Why is this bitch here? But whatever, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well, you can see ever so slightly, like right there in that scene where the right before she beams down, you can see the shaft of light coming up from the tank.
That's right. Yes, indeed. There is a shaft of light that comes out of the tank, and this chick appears. She is Sophie Winkleman, a rather beautiful young lady with a rather nice set of cans, who is dressed exactly like Rimmer, except female version. She is, what's her name? Katerina Bartakovsky, and she speaks with Russian accent all the time. Too much Russian accent, in fact. But there we go. Anyway, so she says, my name is Katerina Bartakovsky. In past, I Red Dwarf science officer. She says, from now, I am senior officer. No longer hologram Arnold Rimmer, who is bit crap. That made me laugh. The way she says it, who is bit crap, you know? That was pretty funny. He's like, what? Look, sir. Confirmed. He's got the size scan. The size scan that's been redesigned now. It literally says bit crap on it. I don't know what the buttons are supposed to do, but whatever. It is kind of funny. It literally says bit crap, yeah. But there we go. So she's here now. She's going to help them, apparently. It says, adjustment on command structure essential if one day listed to regenerate human race, huh? Result, you beauty, says Lister. So she is, she's here and is now fully dedicated to the overarching goal that they probably should have been having this whole time, which is that Lister, as the last man alive, needs badly to breed so that they can have more.
Yeah, and Lister's completely on board.
Of course he is.
Operation Get Lister Laid, of course.
Yeah, Operation Get Lister laid over and over and over and over and over again until he can recreate the entire human race.
That's right. He's going to be busy.
Yeah, but how are they going to do that? Well, it doesn't exactly make sense. But
Mr. Lister, you need to make much shagging, sir.
Yep, and he can't do it with her because she's a hologram. So there we go.
Worth a try, though.
Well, she might be hard light.
Yeah, just
He
saying.
can at least get some practice in.
Yeah.
Right. So she's asking Rimmer, why does mainframe computer not function? Lister left a bath running in the officers' quarters. We didn't find out about it for nearly 9 years. Then one night, it was a Tuesday, the floor gave way and nearly 2 million gallons of water fell through the ship. Not a nice way to be raised. 1 minute you're lying in bed snoozing, then you're being washed down a corridor at 80 knots per hour. The scutters still haven't finished drying him out. Right, so that's why we don't have Holly, effectively. Have scutters more pressing duties that distract them from these tasks? Is this you? No? Whatever. The place is a mess. They're in the drive room now. The computer's not working. She says, what has Mick been doing? It says, Crichton, holiday. Nice shelf on VDEC. My idea. Needed a break. She says, and that's not true anyway, because he was literally having a go at Lister about...
Oh, yeah, he's straight up lying.
To tidy up to this bitch, of course. She says, Mix do not go on holiday. They are machines. He says, that's what I said. She said, you are senior officer. It was duty to ensure efficiency of ship. How come there are 2 holograms active? Oh, right. And then Rimmer says, how come there are 2 holograms active, both hard light? I thought the ship could only sustain 1. She ignores the question completely and says, how does Lister pass time? Says, sleeps, annoys me. So she's here to just basically massively criticize Rimmer because he has not helped Lister in any way towards what he probably should be doing, which is, again, repopulating the universe with people. So there we go. She doesn't like Rimmer at all. She has nothing nice to say about him. She says, I don't know. She says, there are so many times. No, sorry, this is Rimmer. He says, I don't know whether you happen to notice, but we are in deep space where there isn't a whole hell of a lot to do. There are only so many times you can play What's in the Bag, Fish Paste, Lister's Trainers. She says, in my country, we have word for people like you. He says, in my country, we have several. Which is a really good line, actually. I like that one. And this is what I'm starting to realize now. When they are regurgitating scenes we've seen before, they are lesser versions of scenes we've seen before and jokes we've seen before. Whenever they do something that's slightly different or new from like that we've not seen before, the show is much better. The diving bell sequence, we've not seen them do that before. That's fun. You know, having Rimmer dance into stupid jazz while they're all getting their asses handed to them in the diving bell, fun. This scene here where someone is genuinely shitting on Rimmer for being absolutely terrible, but he doesn't care because he's already aware of what he is, also very fun.
Right.
So
I think that's it's the difference between, you know, these scenes that are kind of a celebration of what has been. While it's nice, it's like, well, I could just go back and watch the thing, and I don't need this pale imitation. So when it actually is just focused, because you only have so much time. There's 3 episodes, so I want to see as much new stuff as possible because this is a limited time opportunity. So give me the goods, not, you know, reminisce about the past. And I think.
Well, but on another level, it has been 9 years, and they're putting out member.
True enough, and I can understand like trying to strike that balance, but I'm saying that to me, I think is kind of what happens is because, you know, as it's actually telling this story for its purposes, you know, all well and good. But when it kind of falls back into just kind of treading water, it's like, why are we doing this?
It is a shame, yeah. And again, I still the more we go through it, the more I'm starting to like it, which I knew would happen because that almost always happens. I don't particularly like Body Swap, for example, but when we reviewed it, it went up in my estimation.
Yeah.
So there we go. Anyway, we are now. No, we are still in part 1, which means we need to get our fucking skates on. So anyway, Lister shows up then. And where are we? Sorry. Is that the light bit where Rimmer says, "You really don't like me, do you?" Or is that later? I can't remember. Whatever. Anyway, Lister walks in having found one, whatever one is, and she says, "You are to be returning home, so we have possibility to make this happen." He says, "Are you serious?" She says, "Of course, I always serious." Mr. Rimmer, yes, you have 24 hours to get your affairs in order, then you'll be offline and your data files erased. Then your hard drive will be fired into space when safe distance from ship be detonated by nuclear fusion. Then he says, "You really don't like me, do you?" She says, "I do my job, and my job is to look after him, which sadly is very ungroovy news for you. You see? Dobry večer." And she leaves. He says, "I hate her." Lister says, "I like her. I like her a lot. She's given me," and Rimmer says, "She's given me 24 hours to get my affairs in order before I'm offline and trashed. She treated me like a computer virus." And Crichton's there. That's it. He's in the corridor. He goes, "Oh, she's so bright and perceptive, sir." Such a breath of fresh air. Anyway, whatever. So she's here and looking really rather nice. That blue dress is working for her for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Anyway,
working for me too.
Sophie Winkleman, nice looking lady, no question. Anyway, as she enters, Rimmer is asking Crichton to get some dirt on her. While Crichton is trying to signal to Rimmer that she's behind him. Rimmer not very perceptive of these kinds of things. He keeps calling her Ms. Barkovsky. He goes, "I trust you slept well, Ms." And then Rimmer answers and says, "Not particularly, Ms." I love it when your voice unit acts up, Ms. Anyway, then they realize that she's there. He turns around. "Oh, good morning, Miss. She says, "You'll follow me." Crichton says, "I'm on my way to Dirtville, sir." Anyway, there we go. We carry on, and we are on our way to the plan. Now we get the ridiculous ass, very Red Dwarfian exposition dump, which is actually really good, as Crichton engages innocent whistle mode and walks away. So she says, "I bring Lister back to life, restore drive so he can restart human race." And Rimmer says, "How, pray tell, do you plan to do that?" She says, "Isn't obvious?" He says, You start. I'll join in. She says, well, solution is staring you in your fat, stupid, ferrety face. She says, we have tentacle of dimension migrating Leviathan. We take, insert into gene reader, you have several in Medilab, and triangulate results with power surge readings and temporal displacement residues recorded in water tank. We then calculate quantum algorithm creature produced to open dimensional membrane, then we travel multiverse. Once computed, we have key to dimensional travel, transpose calibrations into mining laser, and bingo jingo, we have our very own dimension cutter. So that's what she's going to do.
Exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, exactly what he was going to say. Yeah. So there we are. She's on the computer. They're preparing to transport Lister into another dimension so that he can bring back a mate and repopulate the universe.
Indeed.
Lister doesn't believe it will work. We are now in part 2.
Yeah, I was going to say effectively. Yeah, and that's the thing is. It actually, there's actually not all that much in the very first episode in terms of just.
It's just a lot of getting there, really, isn't there?
Right. It's a few big kind of set pieces to establish, and then now it feels like we're actually doing a thing. These next 2 parts.
Most of what people remember from this special happens in the second part.
Yeah, because the third part also is a lot of just falling action.
The third part is
compressed.
The third part is just a Blade Runner parody.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah.
And it's quite good.
Yeah.
Especially when you get hold of the typewriter. Very funny. But whatever. Anyway, Lister doesn't think it'll work. He says, I'll probably end up with someone else's head or legs. We okay there, chat? Technically, yes, still alive, mostly singing like GLaDOS. I feel fantastic and I'm still alive. Yeah.
I'm a potato.
Still alive. That's a good song. And the second one's good too. Anyway, that's cool. Now you're making me want to play Portal 2. Yeah. Stephen Bromby's here. Hello.
I'm making a note here.
I haven't missed anything, have I? We haven't got any more super chats. No, not yet. Okay, that's fine. Let's continue on then. So Lister doesn't believe it. Crichton shows up and he says, have you found any dirt on her yet? Her character is flawless, sir. Damn. And if her character is flawless, that means I know. I'll have to frame her. No, sir. I mean, she says, he's working. Now, if calculation's correct, portal should open now. They fire the mining laser, and it does indeed open a giant dimensional portal. Now, this is some CGI that I can actually get on board with. That's when you should be using CGI.
Yeah.
So there we go. Anyway, she says, okay, so it all starts to go tits up, as they predicted. It says that the reality that they are living in is invalid. They do not exist. She says, that's weird. It says we don't exist. And she keeps doing like a nervous smile and going back to work, which is quite funny because she's portrayed herself as entirely competent until then. Mm-hmm. Anyway, it says, taking to nearest valid reality. And she wants to say, and then we see these guys in a television shop in like Curry's or whatever. And there's this wanker who's the salesman. And he's trying to flog them this TV that they don't need, you know. But whatever, it's not that funny. Of course, Red Dwarf is on the whole time. They're on all the TVs, and then they get to this tiny little shitty TV, which for some reason he's trying to sell them the most. He even goes, "Is it HD ready?" And I'm like, "Whoa, there is a blast from the fucking past."
Fucking
sign of the times.
Yeah, this was when I was working at Blockbuster when this came out, and I remember everybody going, "Oh, but got a new TV. It's HD ready." You know what HD ready means? Do you actually know what it means? Because it was this blurb that was on it was a sticker on every new flat screen TV in 2007, 8, 9, 10. HD ready. It means it is not full HD.
Right.
It means it is 720p or 1080i.
Right.
The maximum HD you could get out of an HD ready TV was 1080i.
Unlike full HD.
Yeah, then you wanted a 1080 TV, you had to get full HD, which is fucking hilarious now because here we are 17, 16, 15
Get
years
it in high def.
720p is not even considered HD anymore. It's literally, if you go to like the YouTube settings, like 720 used to be considered base level HD. It is not anymore. It's the highest quality of standard definition by today's standards. And it's all a bunch of wank, but I just remember thinking, I'm so tired of hearing HD ready. Who came up with that fucking term? What does it mean? HD is coming, your TV will be ready, but no, it won't. Your TV physically cannot be ready.
Michael McIntyre,
like HD for the 4%.
It's got
really funny like little skit on that in one of his stand-ups.
Oh right. Michael McIntyre.
When you want to go to HG, don't worry, I'm ready.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I never understood the term HD ready. What does it mean? Like it's either HD or it's not. It's not like the TV is going to receive an update later. We didn't have smart TVs quite yet. We almost did, but not quite. So you've got a TV that's called HD ready, but it's just literally marketing blurb because all that means is not HD, not full HD, 720p, 1080i, interlaced.
You could just pretend that it has HD. It's like HD for the 4%.
It's so strange though, because you literally can't have HD if it's not 1080p. Because the P is progressive, right? That means that literally every pixel is refreshing itself all the time. Whereas interlaced means that it only refreshes pixels that have changed since the last time it registered them. So it will use interlacing so that, say, for example, I'm moving here in the background, all of this would just be static, kept as a still image. So because the pixels haven't changed, that's not full HD. Full HD would have all of the pixels surrounding me refreshing constantly as well. So it demonstrably cannot be HD, and that used to piss me off so much, especially when I'd hear wankers obsessing over whether their TV was HD ready, and all I wanted to do was go, it makes no fucking difference, mate. Is it a piece of shit, you mean? Yeah. Is it not fit for purpose, you mean? Is it a scam? You're being lied to, you mean? Yes. In that case, it is HD ready, mate.
But they told them a lot.
Sorry, that's just a rant that I've wanted to go on for about 15 years without even realizing it.
Do you feel like some tension being lifted off?
I feel so much better now.
It's as if HD weight was lifted off of your back.
Yeah. I remember it because I was working in Blockies, and this is about the time that Blu-ray began to take over from DVD. And people would come in and they'd start arguing the toss about, oh, well, is this proper HD or is it blah, blah, blah? Is it HD ready? And I knew for a fact that HD ready wasn't worth the fucking letters that were printing it. So I had to be nice and polite when really I just wanted to slap them and say, you stop pretending like you know anything about this. Clearly you don't know anything because you think HD ready actually means something, you fucking cretin. Rent the DVD, it's cheaper.
I'm really happy with the stream. This is the Will that I subscribe to.
Yeah. The ranty guy. Yeah. Yeah.
You can't get a good full loathing of humanity until you spend a few years working at the video stores.
Yeah.
That's really what I'm taking
any
from
kind
this,
of retail
and my own
job.
experience.
I know.
Yes.
It's like it was like when I was working in the offie as well, and you'd get people who would be looking to get absolutely smash out fucking hammered, and they'd buy the cheap wine, right? Usually women. Then you'd occasionally get some snob walk in who thinks he knows everything about Bordeaux and Toulouse, and oh, but this wine is from Australia. I don't like this wine. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with Australian wine, you goddamn snob? But then they'd end up buying a bottle of Lambrini, which ain't even wine. It's just a fucking. It's basically Princess Punch.
Oh, that really makes
fizzy
me want
shit
to
that
use
gets
the F
girls
word that
wasted.
we're not allowed to use.
Lambrini. Yeah,
that really makes me want to use the F word that we're not
Princess
allowed to.
Punch. Yeah, slagget fuel. Yeah. There you go. But there we are. Anyway, they're just little things like that drive me nuts when you like. You actually know something about something, and then you get customers who think they know more than you, and it's like you do realize I'm here every day. I've actually had to research this. Plus, I was a fucking film student. I was literally having to encode my own DVDs So I had to learn about
the exact
interlaced and
opposite.
progressive and blah blah blah. You know. Go
I
on.
had the exact opposite. Because obviously we change our like special offers like twice a week.
Yeah.
Somebody was asking me a question about something, and I said, "Well, I don't know." Like it was something to do with fishing and boating. And I said,
In a grocery store.
Yep. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, we change our ridiculous special offers twice a week, and a lot of the time
It's a
there's actually some
supermarket.
good
It's not a
shit
Walmart.
there.
Anyway.
It's like the British or European version of Walmart, yeah.
Yeah. I just hate customers who think that they know more than you.
But I said I don't know anything about fishing.
Right.
And this bloke turned around to me and said, "Well, it's in your shop," like really angrily. And I
Yeah.
want to say,
Excuse me, this is not my shop. I just work here.
Yeah.
Believe me, if this was my shop, I would not be talking to you right now.
And also, I wouldn't have this product, but that's beside the point.
Well, we used to get our own back on them all the time.
I turned around to him and I said, "We also sell tampons, and I'm not a gynecologist."
Right. Good for you. Good for you saying that. Yeah. We used to get our own back in a different way. We used to we literally used to swear at them under our breath and insert swear words into sentences while we were talking to them. So
we used to run away to the storeroom and literally punch pallets of toilet roll.
Yeah.
Matt,
When
you're lucky. Our conversations
Oh,
were
I said
recorded
used
on the
to.
phone.
That was inaccurate.
Yeah.
When I was working at Best Buy, they just thought it was, better for everyone if I just went and worked in the inventory and talked to boxes, because I was just,
no human interaction for you.
Right. Yes, because like where Will was like, I just hate customers. Like that's where I stopped. I just hate customers. No kind of extenuating. It's just like no, they all just suck.
We used to do
Go hang out in the boxes.
We used to do this, so we'd be like, "Oh yeah, the new saw is out, prick. You can get it for the 4 for £10 deal, cunt, and popcorn is free." You know, and people would be like, "What?" Occasionally, someone would sort of blink twice, unsure if I just called them a C-bomb. Like, did they really hear that? But no one ever called us on it because they thought that they might have just misheard me. Surely I didn't just call them a cunt in the middle of a sentence. And the reality was I actually had.
Yes.
By the way, James OP is here, says 1080p was $4,000 back then. Think about that. I know, that's insane, isn't it? Of course. Absolutely maddening. Now it's like 400
for like a 40-inch 4K
like a
screen,
60-inch TV. Yeah, crazy. Thank you very much, James. Appreciate you. Indeed, thank you for the $2. One of you guys was about to say something. What was it?
Oh yeah, I was saying I've actually like radioed members of management to come and take over my checkout for a couple of minutes, so I didn't fly off the handle and cause
I just
a
need
problem.
to go swear.
Oh yeah, I've literally walked out the back of the shop and smoked a cigarette, then come back and they're still standing there waiting for me.
Yeah,
it's not like it's a B&Q
and they've
or a
done this
warehouse or
to me
something.
as well, by the way.
It was like, have you got any Fosters or something? I don't fucking know. Of course we have Foster. It was an off license. It was everywhere. It was on the shelves everywhere. 200,000 cans of Fosters. Yes, of course we have. But this tiny little shop that I worked in, I'd just walk out back for something like, oh, have you got any Jameson's whiskey? I don't see any on the shelves. Okay, sure. I'll go check. Then I'll just go and have a smoke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come back 5 minutes later. Nah. Just because I didn't like them. There are weird people. A lot of weird people working in like rental shops, off licenses, and a hospital cafe. 3 jobs I did, not in that order, but back to back. They give you. By that point, I had learned to deal with every kind of person that exists. from wildly drunk assholes to the morning. You know,
Yeah,
it was interesting, and I was always really nice to people, unless they struck me as a bit of a wanker, in which case I would swear at them without them realizing it.
Yeah, like I mean, we have. It's not law, so you know I can't ever get in trouble for it. But
They can't prove you did.
with energy drinks, we are supposed to put a +25 on them and only sell them to people over 16. I only ask people if they're pissing me off.
Of course, yeah. There used to be a group of chavs that would hang outside the offie that I worked at, and they called me Jesus because I had long hair at the time, and I did kind of look like Jesus, like as he's portrayed, as a white guy, you know. Yeah, and actually, especially like the South Park one.
Yeah, South Park Jesus with a blue hat. That's it's Will.
More or less. That's me, baby. Big round face. Yeah. But anyway, and they used to wind me up. Sometimes, if they were being good, they'd come in and they'd try to buy something, and sometimes I would let them because they're like, you know, a month south of 18 or something like that, you know. But if they were being little shits, then I'd be like, I need to see some ID. Like, why do you need to see ID today? I'm like, because you're being a prick.
Yeah. Yep. I'll teach them.
Yeah. They started treating me with respect after that. Anyway, let's get on.
My favorite one was there was this little shit who he constantly came in and terrorized the story. He was about like 14, 15, I think.
Right.
And he constantly came in and made a fucking dick of himself.
Right.
Like time after time after time. But one time, he got an entire shopping trolley and he went around the store and he put one can of energy drink in his shopping trolley and queued up the checkout and paid for it. And
I used the whole trolley for one can.
Funny. You know, I
was he afraid he was going to break his back trying to lift it otherwise?
No,
he didn't have enough energy until he bought it.
I'm going to take a whole fucking shopping trolley and buy one energy drink.
Wanker. Wanker. That's the only word for people like that.
Yeah.
Wanker.
But I just thought it was so fucking funny.
All right, so we crack on then.
You know what? I served them like everything was completely normal. Like bearing in mind this little shit had been disrupting the store for like 2 years.
Actually, that looks pretty good.
And I just served him like everything was completely normal. And I laughed at him and I said, "Nice one, mate." And he never disrupted the store again.
Fair enough. All right, let's crack on. We are really behind. 2 hours and we ain't anywhere. So she says, send Rimmer to see if it's safe. He's like, what? No, don't send me. But she does decide to anyway. She flips off his remote and his light bee immediately gets sucked into the portal because no one is holding it. So there we go. The light bee then zooms out of the TV as this guy literally asks, so is it HD ready? And then the bloke and the wanker serving him goes, it's a version of HD ready, yeah.
Snake!
It's even worse.
You mean it's a version of HD?
Yeah. It's a version of a bad version.
So the light bee pings out and smashes into the price crash sign, which for whatever reason has a CGI crack in it.
Yeah.
That just appears. They CGI'd a crack in a sign. I mean, I guess it's kind of funny because it says price crash, but now that they're confused because the show they were just watching is now their store on TV, except for this one that says coming soon back to Earth.
Right.
Rimmer walks out into the store. Why did they have to CGI that? It's weird. Anyway, they all get sucked into the portal, and before you know it, they are in this shop, coming out of various different TV screens.
Indeed. Cat, of course, lands on his feet.
It's all a bit sort of like 10-year-olds first time writing a story kind of like, oh, I got sucked into the TV and hung out with all my favorite characters, SpongeBob and blah blah and bollocks. You know, this is the reverse of that.
It's also around about the time that I bought a telly on my own, so I was in like a store that looks exactly like that.
Right? Yeah. They look so old now, these fucking TVs, don't they?
Yeah.
They're actually really bulky compared to like what we've got now. Like the monitor I'm watching this on is like 1 centimeter thick. You know, it's fucking crazy. They're back. Lister, Crichton, Rimmer. They're back, and they're in the store, of course. Meanwhile, the people who are watching the TV are laughing because they haven't somehow yet realized that they're in this very store behind them, despite them watching it on the thing. And you know what's even stranger? Surely these people should therefore appear on the TV in front of them because they are in the episode.
You would think.
But no, that doesn't happen. We do get this rather funny line, though, from this. We get this really quite funny sequence that makes me laugh. Where they're like, the man is like, oh, look, Red Dwarf. Is there a new series? And the guy says, I don't really follow it myself. Science fiction. It's a little bit bollocks, really, isn't it? That's the side scan thing. And this is, by the way, he's a massive fucking liar because he knows what the side scan is.
All right.
And they're watching it on the TV, and he goes, that side scan thing. You know, he goes, how can it know everything? Talk about rubbish. Anyway, meanwhile, over here,
the immediate size scan.
Lister says, who's he? And Crichton says, well, according to the size scan, sir, he's a pompous, know-all, know-nothing idiot called Mike Mellington. Coincidentally, he has a very small penis.
That is such a
size scan is petty.
I mean that is perfectly placed.
That's
it is
right.
such
I love
great
it. The
line.
size scan's really petty, yeah. I love
Yep.
it. It goes, how can a size scan know that? He goes, well, scanned his email.
Right.
He's already onto his 4th tub of penis enlargement cream.
Just gonna go and like extract all your data so I can just find the quickest way to burn you in 20 seconds.
Brilliant, isn't it? So anyway,
imagine your AI assistant was analyzing your enemy,
really vicious,
and come back with, by the way, sir, he has a
we're
very
getting there.
small penis.
Like, like,
we're getting there.
Who are these guys? They're 4 non-entity YouTubers, sir, and they like to look at AI boobs.
Well,
That's,
I mean,
that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen.
I'm not going to deny something that's true.
The side scan would be insulting us right now because we're insulting the episode.
Yes,
quite a lot. But whatever. Anyway, yeah. By the way, the cat then says, "Photos closed, buds. We can't get back." So I think it's interesting that he calls it a photo because I suppose the only other experience they have of this would be time slides. Yeah. So anyway, whatever. They go through them all, and everyone's looking at them because they recognize them from Red Dwarf. They are completely confused and trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Rimmer says nothing to worry about. Back in the 21st century, they laughed at freaks all the time, which is really, really, really funny considering that about 5 years later, what happened? And
Indeed.
It was to laugh at freaks, except that it is. And we will. And we do. And we won't stop us because we're based. So fuck woke. But it is kind of funny that they don't have any recollection of the whole woke thing happening.
Well, to be fair, would you even want to bring it up?
No, of course. I mean, primordial wokeness was starting in 2009, but it wasn't what it became, obviously. But it is very funny just to think about how, like 5 years later, Gamergate happened, you know, and stuff like that. Anyway, then they're in the further in the department store, they're now looking at DVDs, and they obviously find the DVD of Red Dwarf Back to Earth coming soon, which is weird because you don't normally put DVD cases out with no discs in them. They usually arrive with the discs in them, and then you just have them behind the fucking thing, or shrink wrapped and fucking tagged so no one can steal them.
Although I did appreciate this and just kind of like the Spaceballs-esque kind of, you know.
I like the line that they are trying to figure out what a DVD is.
Right.
Crichton explains it because we've established in canon that Red Dwarf in the far, far future is using VHS tapes, triangular VHS tapes, but VHS tapes nonetheless. So literally, he goes, "What are these things?" He goes, "They're digital versatile discs, sir. They were very popular at the beginning of the 21st century before they died out and were replaced by what we use now." What I mean, videos. Precisely. Because back then, no one knew that the human race were utterly incapable of putting the DVDs back in their cases. This is, you can see the point. Over 2 trillion went missing in just over 20 years. Videos are just too big to lose. So there we go. So then they discover...
I mean, that is good. That is really good.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah, that is very funny. Yeah. Then they realize that they are in the show, and the show is about them. It's a TV series about us. It recounts all our adventures, every single one of them. How's this possible? Wait, we're characters from a TV series who somehow escaped the TV well into the real world. That explains why the Dimension Cutter said our reality wasn't valid. Lister has a real hard time dealing with the idea that he's not real. He's just a character in a TV series. And this is about the time that people started turning the TVs off.
Right.
Because it felt like Red Dwarf had jumped the shark. Like there really is no possible way you can jump the shark worse than having the characters in a TV series leave the TV series and realize they're just characters in a TV series. And Doug Naylor wrote this specifically to wind up the audience, and it worked. Magnificent.
Yeah,
everyone hates it.
Yeah,
This is the biggest number one reason why people fucking hate this.
A lot of shows have tried to do that, and again, it's a very, very thing.
Notice the word you said, tried, though.
Yeah, no, there's some successes. I have a Spanish TV show in mind that did it perfectly. It was a pure comedy show, but yeah, it's very weird to do it, and especially without any context, like what we're experiencing now between series 8 and 9. No.
It was probably also, it also annoyed people because they established that this happens after Series 10, which hasn't happened yet.
Right. Oh yeah, right. That's the other. That's the other thing about this this special is there's a season that never happened.
Yeah, they established that there is a season 9.
Yeah,
a hypothetical Series 9 that no one's ever seen because it doesn't exist. But in this world, apparently it did exist. It just hasn't happened to them yet.
And that's that story of Kachansky that we're sitting here. How did all this happen to get them to where they are now?
Yeah.
In a way, it's kind of like I can kind of appreciate that it was done as a way to explain away, in context why they are just reset. Because it's like, oh no, there was all these other adventures that you didn't see in this Phantom season, but it's like it's a big ask.
The thing is though, right? It pissed people off even more because this is what they got instead of season 9.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll never get season 9. This is season 9. It's 3 episodes and it's mostly just laughing at the audience because there is no season 9.
Right. And if we were to judge this by the standards we do on certain things now,
Last Jedi, for example,
Right. Well, this is one of those things where the more interesting things take place off screen. So why am I seeing the thing that's this
less
and
interesting? Yes,
that's less interesting, right? And and even the whole thing where, the season that didn't happen, like
sounds really interesting.
Sounds far better than what this ultimately ends up being.
We're not going to tell you.
Right.
It's annoying, but people
literally the hard book, the hardback book that I have of the Series 8 scripts actually says that Ace Rimmer was supposed to come and save the day.
Yeah. And the other point that I was going to make too about it was because we do judge harshly on stuff like this, which you could even track to this show when they did it in Doctor Who. Unfortunately, R.I.P. Doctor Who climbing out of the screen, like we savaged the living shit out of that, and so it's a thing that kind of undercuts the trust with the audience. But at least in this instance, it was done evidently with the intention of trying to actually piss off the audience, where I think that that silliness that happened with Disney's debacle of Doctor Who, I think that they just thought they were clever,
right? Exactly. And Snake Pit's pointing out correctly, yes, that the Mike Mellington small penis pompous know-it-all dig is actually a dig at a real person called Michael Grade, who was a he was the controller of BBC One in the 1980s.
Yeah,
he was the controller of BBC One.
The entire BBC.
Hated sci-fi, and is actually he was pushing for Doctor Who to get cancelled a year before it did, or 2 or 3 years.
He needs to be Minecrafted again and again and again.
Yeah, over and over and over. Anyway, so the reason I think that this ends up ultimately getting forgiven. Sorry.
Oh, I was just continuing to say that Michael Grade is the tosser.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. So, anyway, the whole thing is this was the last of Red Dwarf for 3 years. And during that 3 years, a lot of people, the first year anyway, people thought, well, that sucks because Red Dwarf ended up kind of going out on its shield, kind of ended up disappearing up its own arse and whimpering away. But that's because a lot of people didn't see the third part, because there was something else that happened that weekend that caused people to not be home, which is really funny because they literally say in this scene, oh God, it's a 3-parter. When they're reading the DVD. And Rimmer's like, oh, not a 3-parter. I hate 3-parters. What if I'm not in that night?
Right.
But anyway, so it's kind of funny. I didn't even see it until sometime later either. So a lot of people just ended up with the knowledge that they had ended up in the real world, and in the real world they are not real. So it was very frustrating. But of course, we know from watching the entire thing that they do indeed claw it back from this experience and put it back to status quo by the end. Thank fucking Christ. And of course, then you've got 3 more series and another movie, or a 2-parter. And that does a lot to make up for this. So people did eventually forgive, and now Red Dwarf stands as with the reputation that it always held, which is that it's fucking excellent.
Don't forget.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, when this was the last thing people had seen of Red Dwarf, there was a few years there where people just thought Red Dwarf was done, dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I was one of them, and I consider myself to be an absolutely massive Red Dwarf fan. So yeah.
Yeah, me too. Of course. Yeah. Anyway, there we go. So we get through this. We can cut to them discovering everything about themselves, the show. They find out. They even read the back of the box, and the back of the box literally tells them. It says, "Red Dwarf Back to Earth takes place after Series 10. Kachansky's dead, and the crew are hurled through a portal to discover they're just characters in a TV series, knowing they will die in the final episode." Die? They go.
Right.
The dwarfers, in the best Blade Runner tradition, track down their creator to try and plead for more life. So they even say that it's a rip-off of Blade Runner in the episode. Then we get this scene where Lister doesn't understand how hand dryers work in the men's toilets, and he thinks they're for drying your ass. So he then sits around again, explaining the scene that we never see of him jumping up and down in the toilets trying to dry his ass. Says the toilets here are medieval. But fair enough anyway. And Rimmer does get a really funny line in there where he says, like I said, they were simple people. They eat spam. So there.
If
then
you've
we get
ever had spam fritters, fuck off.
Yeah, spam's all right. They eat spam here quite a lot. I don't really eat spam, but it's all right. It's okay. It's not bad. In a pinch, I'd prefer bacon or almost anything else actually, but spam's okay. Anyway, they decide they need to find some money. Crichton and Kat went off to try and find some, but they couldn't. He said he was going to pawn his head and have his eyes hanging out of his neck hole. And Lister was like, "Oh, that's a good look, isn't it? That's not going to stand out at all." Anyway, they return and Crichton hasn't pawned his head, and they discover that they definitely need to get themselves some money. And and Rimmer has the genius idea that they should just reach down the backs of the sofas in the furniture section, which is I'm sorry, this doesn't land for me at all, because you're not allowed to sit on those sofas. And if you are, you're only allowed to sit on them for a moment. So why would anyone have lost anything down the back of them?
Mm-hmm.
It's nuts. But whatever, they had to get the joke in somehow. They say, how much have we got? They say, we've got 15 combs, 2 mobile phones, 2 condoms, and 19 pieces of popcorn. I'm expecting to pull out Glenn Miller or Shergar anytime. Fair enough. Like I say, you see, even you guys just sort of like, it's not that funny. So they managed to get themselves a few quid together, 19 quid and 43 pence. So then they need to find according to the book, they then get on the tube and go find a science fiction shop called They Walk Among Us, which is was a real shop that closed in about.
Yeah, I was going to say, we saw a frame. Yeah, we saw a frame of a reference to Blade Runner right there, where Cat's making the little origamis.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's right. Cat makes his first of these origami things and puts it down on the table. He then continues to do that all the time without thinking about it. It is, of course, another Blade Runner reference. Yeah. So they get to this store. They Walk Among Us, and I don't understand what it is about comic book nerds having to use that exact font all the time. That is the preferred font. I mean, if you even look at Nerdrotic, that's the font he uses for a lot of his stuff. It's always that same font. I just don't know why. But this was a real shop actually, at the time when they made it. Although unfortunately it closed like within a year of this episode going out. So unfortunate. I used to love these little places. They were fucking badass, man. You get great stuff.
I used to go to one. It was more. I mean, it did have comics, but it was more about like vinyl records, called Rockbox in Camberley. I don't know if it's still there, but like when I worked in that town, I used to go to that shop every day on my way home from work.
Absolutely.
You have some of those, by the way.
When I lived in Leeds, I used to go to Forbidden Planet, which I thought was cool, but then I discovered a mum and pop sort of comic shop, sci-fi shop, a couple of streets off the Headrow, and I used to go there like a couple of times a week and just hang out.
The guys there were so fucking used to me. Like if somebody they knew I was interested in was putting a record out, they'd literally let me have the promotional version like 2 weeks before the song was due to be released. It was really cool. Nice. It was really cool.
I mean, when I lived there,
I wish YouTube was around then, because I would have been a fucking mint.
It's from that shop is where I started buying different mangas to read, and then also that was where I got the Star Wars DVD collection, like that big silver box. That's the first time Star Wars original trilogy was released on DVD.
This was kind of
the day it came out. Because I just happened to be in the shop the day it came out. I didn't even know it was coming out, so I picked it up immediately. It was amazing. Still, my preferred way of watching Star Wars.
Right. Well, the interesting thing is now we're 15 years removed from that, and just think how drastically this was kind of the peak of
nerd culture
good times of the before it all folded in on itself and became corporatized and overly, you
don't see a Funko Pop in sight.
Yeah.
Actually, there might be one on the shelf behind it.
Right, but there's so much character and personality of this is actually just like a an of the culture kind of thing, not done to try to cash in on it.
Right. So they're looking at all the toys in the shop, and it's an authentic shop. So they've got little models standing where you got a model of Crichton there that I really want.
Starbuck is amazing, by the
You've
way.
got Carbug. Yeah,
That is a really good Crichton. I hate Carbug. I don't give a shit about Carbug.
I like Carbug. I think it's funny.
I like it. I would
think
have
it
this in my home. Like
Yeah,
that
a
toy.
smart
I would
car
have this.
converted into a fucking Starbug. It's pretty badass. I like Carbug. I think it's funny.
Smart buck.
So then they got this guy who is really quite funny. This weird actor who plays this guy as a complete lunatic. He's sitting there like rocking his head back and forth and with his hands over his ears. And they walk up to him and Lister literally says, "Hello, mate," and gets his attention. He goes, "Oh, sorry, you listening to music?" And the guy goes, "No." So he was just standing there like this.
Yep.
For no reason. It's quite funny now. That does make me laugh. So there we go anyway. And he says, I was wondering if you could help us. He says, we're trying to find the guys involved in the making of a TV series called Red Dwarf. So we're trying to find out if our show... Well, this is weird. We're not the actors. We're the real characters. There was this kind of dimension thing. And then the guy goes... Dimension skid, was it? Happens a lot this time of year.
Yeah, right.
Not my first role, yo.
I know, right? So anyway, goes, yeah, 1 minute you're fine, the next you're in a new dimension. Got to be careful. Rimmer's response, he literally goes, "Oh, thank God for that." He's insane.
Right.
Yeah, so if you have to have the cast info, we need some advice. He goes, "I can't give you any numbers, but I know a man who can." El Presidente. And to be fair, this guy plays it perfectly. He absolutely nails.
There's nothing wrong with the acting in this episode.
No. I never thought it was. What I'm saying is he has completely nailed the sort of pomposity that you sometimes would get with people who owned or ran these kinds of shops, because they seem to think that they're sort of king shit among the nerds because they run the shop, so they've got a little bit of extra information, and they kind of do act like
they probably are.
Yeah, but they act like such dicks about it. Like, like the way this guy talks is like he's the fucking coolest guy in the world, and what he's describing is like power nerdy, you know.
Right.
It's like it's like people like this give nerds a bad name. You know what I mean?
And
he's like, "I can't give you any numbers, but I know a man who can. El Presidente of the Red Dwarf fan club." And he, it's like he's trying to tell him, "I'm fucking connected." It's oh god, nothing to no one, mate. You're just a guy who runs a fucking nerd shop. All right. Put the damn figurines in the bag and shut the hell up, all right? Anyway, these people used to drive me nuts. I never hung out at shops where the owners were like that because, oh, God, I hated it. It was like, we're all fucking fans, buddy, all right? Stop acting like you're better than everybody else, you know? It would be like if I acted like I was more important than my own audience because I'm the one with the YouTube channel. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of thinking that makes you very unpopular very, very quickly. That's how Darkside Phil behaves.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's king shit because he's the one with the YouTube channel, without realizing that most of the people who follow him are only in his audience because they're looking for content to put on their YouTube channels, ripping on him for being such a clown. It's really funny how people get so high and mighty about this kind of stuff. Yeah, Mr. TARDIS is like that. Yeah, he thinks he's the fucking shit, and he knows nothing that we don't know. In fact, he probably knows less.
I was talking like directly with you guys, particularly Will and John, before I had any idea that anyone would fucking want to watch anything I put out.
Yeah, you were in the chat. We brought you on, yeah. Because the Red Dwarf reviews were your idea, so that's why you're here. And again, credit where it's due. Say what?
I wasn't even going to mention that,
but it's true. So
it is.
If I was going to be a dick, I would pretend I invented it. But I'm not. But anyway, we do get a good laugh out of this because it turns out that the guy. And the actor is so funny, gives him a bit of a weird kind of sort of accent, kind of a rustic bumpkin accent, but he's in the middle of London, so he's got the dodgy moustache too. They've nailed it, like what a comic shop owner, the bad kind looks like, the obsessive kind, you know. So he goes, "There's nothing that guy doesn't know about the Small Rouge one." And it's like, yeah, I know, we call it that, but we would never call it that if the characters from it showed up, you know? It's so cringe. And he does a great job of making me want to tear my ears off. But there you go. So they can't believe they've even got a fan club. He goes, "Yeah, just got taken over. Bit of a fanatic." Well, you must be if you're the head of the fan club, because that's what fan means. You know? Bit of a fanatic. Literally changed his name to Red Dwarf. He goes, "What?" Yeah,
pause game's on point.
His name is Red Dwarf. Yeah, that is some classic pausing there, right? So the guy who's the king shit of the Red Dwarf fan club literally changed his name to Reg Dwarf.
He can have a pint.
Oh, mate, you really? If you met someone who had literally changed his name to Reg Dwarf, because he was the fan of the Red Dwarf fan club, you'd like. It's kind of like they're mocking nerds a little bit with this part of the episode, but then again, there are different kinds of fans. There are people who are fans, and then there are people who want to be recognized among fans for their fandom. People like that make my fucking skin crawl. They really do. But so then he gets on the blow up and he goes, "Reg, dude, it's Nobby here." Noddy, rather. His name's Noddy. He goes, "Sorry to interrupt the Warhammer, mate." Fuck's sake. He goes, "Guess who I've got standing in my shop?" He goes, "Go on, guess." No.
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 Nope.
No.
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 Oh. No. No. Should I tell you? No. No. Should I tell you? I'm going to tell you anyway. He goes, "I've got standing in my shop the real, actual crew from Red Dwarf. Had a bit of a dimension skid." Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, God. It's so cringe. I don't know why. It just makes my skin crawl. Like, can't you be a fan and be like a bit cool about it? Like, what world are you living in? Oh, they've had a bit of a dimension skid. You know, not like his jaws on the floor trying to pick it up and figure out what the hell's going on. He's just sort of like, "Oh yeah, I've seen this kind of thing before." Yeah, haven't you, just you wanker?
You know, in a way, it's
I mean, like if you know, my favorite character is the cat.
Yeah.
If I met Danny John Jules and I fist bumped him, I would.
I was so glad you said bumped.
What is it? Ow! But yeah, I would.
Thank you for the P sound in that whole thing, because it's entirely different.
Sorry. I literally, for some reason, my brain just assumed you were going to say fisted. Go on, anyway.
But yeah, I mean, I was.
Try to move on.
I've messaged several of my friends and say I fist bumped Danny John Jules.
You fist bummed him?
You fist bummed him?
Bumped.
Oh no. Go to the fist.
Fist bumming.
Fist bummer. The fist rotor.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay, I high-fived him then.
That'll do, yeah. Go on.
Like
Finish your thought.
All five.
All five. Oh shit.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Fucking pucker up, Danny. I got five good ones.
Or this, you know, or this.
That's the Spocker.
Full five.
Halfway between the shocker, and
all
then
in, baby.
Don't forget,
But
it's
yeah,
the shocker, the Spocker, the showstopper.
And the full five. You get ready for this fist bumming now.
I would say I met the fucking dude. I would say I met the fucking dude. And then I shut up about it. But
I wish it's going to go on forever now.
Funny, so,
well, actually, something pretty
dear,
good
dear,
came out of
Rhoda.
it.
You do drop some clangers, mate. I don't know why, but you do. Love you. Oh, Mr. Sardoc for £2. Thank you very much. I was beginning to wonder if the chat had all died. Oh, well. The safe word for today is
Rhoda Smith brought them back to life.
Indeed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you for that one. Thank you for the £2. And we will now move on from Iron Fist Rhoda.
It's That's right. You better stay live in the chat, or Rhoda's gonna fist bum all of you.
Watch out! Don't let him fist bum you. Oh, I'm so sorry, Rhoda. I don't know why these things happen. I don't know why we let these things happen. It just happens all the time. All right. Anyway, he's here. He gets on the line, and apparently, no, he still won't help him because he says can't give out the cast info. And they say, why not? He says Space Core Directive 596. And then Rimmer says 596. And the guy gets all happy. He goes, oh, I love it when he does this and gets it all wrong. He goes, Rimmer says, decency in zero gravity will lose all, but was it indecency in zero gravity will lose all banana privileges. And then Crichton, of course, says, no, sir, the crew's files are for the captain only. So, yeah, he won't, they can't get any help from this guy at all. He is, in fact, totally useless.
Yeah. Now, see, it's interesting in this scene. It's I understand why they went with this as a decision, because it is kind of more telling than showing, and it's kind of moving things along as briskly as possible. And the only way that you can kind of get that to happen in this already absurdist, farcical kind of take on something that we've seen of, oh, now we're just characters in reality, is to talk to someone at the comic book shop, because only they might be the only kind of person who's absurd enough in their sense of humor to just kind of go and take it and just kind of, all right, yeah, we could just play it like it's a straight up kind of thing that wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility and chance, so
yeah.
But does it work? That's nah.
Well, the problem is,
but there's not, I don't know what you could do, because it's only the 3 episodes. They only have so much time.
I mean, the problem is that this guy is too good at pastiching what they're trying to say. Right. He's a know-it-all nerd.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know the actor's name, but I think he did a really good job.
Yeah, he's like a Timu David Frost.
Which one of the Kevin Smith movies is it where, I think it might be, I can't remember which one, where someone says, you guys, you feel like unappreciated scholars, so you shit on people who know less than you. Nah, which is everyone. Yeah. I think that's a Kevin Smith movie. I can't remember where it is, but that's basically what these guys are like. The sort of king shit nerd who thinks that they're never going to get recognized for the amount of insane, stupid, nerdy, detailed crap that they actually know about something. Right. So they shit on people who know less than them. Right. That's what pisses me off. The funny thing about
I want to explain myself slightly. I don't find anybody who is actually in the show annoying. I find
it's not Kevin Smith. I'm sorry, it's not Kevin Smith. I'm sorry, it's popped into my head. It's High Fidelity. It's High Fidelity.
Yeah.
Music nerds. Yeah. Sorry, Rhoda, go on.
I did actually finish, but
oh, okay, cool. Sorry. All right. Anyway, then Grufus is here for 99 cents. Thank you very much with the drooling face super sticker. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate you.
Among Us.
There it is.
Among Us.
Among Us. Yay! Yes. All right. Anyway, so this guy, obviously, he's enjoying laughing at him getting the Space Core Directive wrong. Then they clock this bathtub, and the guy says, That's Dave Lister's bar from season 9. Best season ever, if you ask me. Awesome season. Best by miles. and that kind of, at that point, it makes me go, I know you're laughing at us, and I know you're like making it kind of funny, and fortunately they are able to claw it back before it does a Last Jedi and starts insulting the fans for appreciating what they've written. But that bit makes me go, "Grr. Why didn't you just make season 9, you bastards? Why'd you have to do this, you know?"
Right.
But oh well.
Yeah.
We do eventually get season 10, and season 10 is very good. But
And season 11 is really good.
I can't remember 11 that well. I've only watched 11 and 12 once. I remember laughing my head off at them though. But I watched them. Me and my dad went through all of Red Dwarf at one point. But there we go. Anyway,
I wish I could have met your dad. I think we'd have got on really good.
oh yeah, you would have liked him. He liked you. Anyway, so let's move on then. We basically have to get to the next scene as fast as we fucking can. They discover this guy called Swallow. I'm sure there's a joke in there that will probably end up felting Rhoda again, so I'll probably just skip over it this time. Swallow and cast waiting for taxis, fan convention 2009. So there's this Chinese looking guy here hanging out with all of them in costume, in the costumes they're wearing now.
Yep.
Interestingly, and it's signed, and then we start getting some real janky ass fucking Blade Runner sci-fi kind of nonsense. So to try and do this, I'm just going to read it verbatim. So it's fucking crazy. Literally, Rimmer tells him to scan the photo and beam it onto the TV screen, which he is somehow able to do. He then says, "What's that?" He goes, "Okay, here we are. Uncrop." So they uncrop the image, so which they can't do. So this is my favorite
Straight
bit of
out
the
of
whole
Blade
lot,
Runner.
because it literally is impossible. You could probably do it with AI now, but in 2009, no, you can't uncrop an image that was to add to it that's something that was never originally there. Okay, you just can't. But anyway, uncrop. Wait, what's that? Frame left. That card. Zoom in. Swallow. He goes, pick up. 3 o'clock. Must be his taxi. Bet the address is on the other side. Okay, pull out. Stop. Wait, I've got an idea. Track in. Stop. Enhance reflection. So they literally zoom all the way into the H and then increase. So remember, this is a physical printed photo.
Yes.
Yep.
It is, of course, I'm not going to ruin the joke by over explaining it, but this photo is not in fucking 8K resolution. Okay, so the idea that you can do this from a scan of a fucking photo that you've got a printed
that's the even more hilarious thing. It's a scan of a photo from a TV screen.
Yeah. From 2009 as well.
That has now been printed. Yeah, it's hilarious.
I love it because it's really ludicrous. It's like, okay, so it gets crazier and crazier and crazier. Zoom in. Okay, stop. Enhance reflection. So they now enhance reflection to be able to see the
across
house.
the street.
If they increase reflection to such an extent that they haven't actually turned a camera around or done anything like that, but they've just increased the reflection in the hologram H to such an extent that it can now see clearly a shot of the street across the fucking road. Okay, I love this. This is the bit that made me really laugh. Always
those CSI shows from 2005, but even more unbelievable.
Yeah, I remember watching this because I saw this before I ever saw Blade Runner, so I didn't get that it was a parody. I just found it hilarious that they would have this technology to be able to do this from a scanned photo. Like it's absolutely farcical and has no basis in any realistic science or fact. But yeah, increase. It gets stupider and stupider as well. I love it. Enhanced reflection. Okay, we need another reflective surface to get back across the street. Okay, well, what about some of these windows? No, we're not going to do that. Zoom in. Okay, pan right. to the lamppost. See if there are any water drops on that lamppost. What the fuck? My phone is talking to me. Oh, okay. It goes, see if there are any water drops on that lamppost. Got one. Thanks, Fido. So a dog's pissed on the lamppost. They're using a piss drop. Enhanced reflection. Now they are across the street again from another angle. Okay, flop. What's that? That's the taxi driver. They can see a reflection in the window of the taxi driver. Zoom in. Zoom. Okay, goes flop. There's the taxi driver. There's the business card. Zoom 260. Rotate 90 degrees. Track in. Swallow's business address. So now they've rotated and they finally zoom in to find the other side of this fucking card.
This is like Sharknado levels of weirdness.
Completely insane. I will never forget this. This is one of the best stupid jokes in Red Dwarf ever, as far as I'm concerned. And again, it's them doing something they've not done before on the show, so it makes me fucking laugh. Because it's completely fucking insane and bullshit. It's impossible and stupid, and I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that's where we got back to actual Red Dwarf. It's fucking taking the piss.
Oh, it's such a mistake.
Red Dwarf was always supposed to be fucking taking the piss.
Taking the piss, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it turns out that the card is from a place called Nose World as well. It's the shittest name ever.
If you knows, you knows, man.
I know, right? Oh, what do you do for a living? Oh,
knows?
I'm the owner and proprietor of Nose World.
You must knows a lot.
Oh my god, no.
Not anything to do with me.
Oh god, if we start getting super chats of puns, I'm gonna go
deal with it.
Well,
go nose deep.
Yes, I'm here, and that's what happens when I'm here.
There we go. So anyway, they've managed to zoom in on this photo, bounce themselves through the reflection of the age across the street, bounce themselves in the reflection of a drop of piss, back across the street to a different angle slightly further to get behind the guy who's standing in front of the photo and see the back of the card he's holding that literally says Nose World. Wow, what a fucking amazingly good sequence. That really makes me laugh. I really love that. It's so dumb. Like, this is Red Dwarf for me at its absolute best, is when it's being either really clever or really fucking dumb. And on purpose. Like, ironically dumb, you know? It's brilliant. So anyway, so the guy says, and then Crichton says, oh, sir, wouldn't it have been quicker to look him up in the phone book? And Rimmer says, print me a 4x6 and any more remarks like that, and I'll ask for an A3 one at your waste disposal. Crichton has apparently got a printer on his neck that we've never seen and will never see again, as he is able to print out a 4x6 photo of the card, and says makes latex masks for the film and TV industry, specializing in noses, which is interesting because it doesn't say that anywhere on the card.
Whoa.
Yeah, you kind of got it. You got botted.
Oh no, what's going on? Is that me?
You're botting.
Or is that you? Shit.
Yeah, the audio went nosediving.
Yeah.
Oh god, stop it. Oh, stop it. You son of a bitch. Stop it.
Now we're getting Will from the fan.
Yep.
He's got the Luke, I am your father. It's like
this is
shouting into a fan. We're just waiting for Will to get back, obviously. Let's see. Here, let's go over here for a second. While we wait for Will to get back, I don't need to be so much on the screen.
I'm not quite sure what's happened here, but I mean, for me, this era of Red Dwarf, luckily it only lasted 3 episodes. What happened after was much better, and what happened before was much better.
Well, I think again, this is kind of similar.
I do think it's the worst thing that
Well,
Red Dwarf has ever done, and it's not even that bad.
Right. Well, again, I think this is another similar situation to what happened with the end of season 8, where you only have so much time, you only have so much resource, and the thing that separates this though from 8 is this was done intentionally as just kind of a celebration. This is not done to be a revival. This is like a cast reunion. Hey, let's go and have a few beers. We haven't hung out in years since we got done with college or whatever the hell kind of vibe to it. And because of that, there's only so much time to work with, and even
it was like it was like Craig Charles was saying, like, yeah, I know how to be Lister. I can do Lister anytime.
Right, but
that's not the like.
Chris Barry was more like I can pretend to be Rimmer.
Right, but the point I'm getting at is, there's not really even so much time to re-inhabit or have like an overarching kind of thing going on, because it's with just the 3 episodes that they have to play with. Even the third part is pretty short. Actually, it's barely over 20 minutes, the third part. So
yeah,
and when you watch it in 3 separate parts, it's probably easier to tell than if you just watch it, as one big overarching kind of clip.
John, you've got the keys in the machine, right? You should really pick up on Will's own post and also Snake Pit Reviews post.
Let's see. Well, I have Will right here saying back in a bit. Yeah. So, but yeah, as soon as Will gets back, yeah, we will continue on with the thing unless he tells me to shut it down. I can shut it down here from inside the studio, which should send a kill switch. So.
Also, John, your audio is all over the fucking place. Like you've gone from I need
think it's
to turn it
very
up to hear you to I need to turn it down because you're distorting.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
I think his mic is very, very loud,
Like
and it's towards the camera.
Yeah, like I mean, in one sentence.
I don't know what to tell you about that.
Yeah, because like if he's moving, like if you move while you're talking towards the mic, we'll all know how sensitive it is.
Okay, so we have got John, Disgusting, and Rhoda of the fans here right now, and we are trying to talk about an episode of Red Dwarf that came out over 20 years ago.
No,
So
not an episode, an event series that.
well, yeah, an
But-
event series. I mean, we can't fucking die because we need our buddy's channel to do well. So let's continue. Let's continue talking about it. My personal
Well, I don't
takeaway-
have access to the show itself to do any of that part. I mean, I can shut down this stream, but all the other stuff is with Will. So
Well, don't do
but-
that. That would
No,
be
I'm not.
stupid.
I'm not doing that.
I could share a video file, but I don't have a.
Yeah, for the moment,
I
and I'm sure when Will gets back.
John has the ability to share files.
Right. Well, when Will gets back, I'm sure we will do this appropriately. But
Yeah,
thank you, Discuss Thing,
for actually do what we're supposed to be doing and talk
yes.
about Dwarf for the while.
But prior to that, Groofus actually also had here, because now we've just got some. Some
we have
puns.
several. Yeah, we have
Yes.
several.
Yes. Nose operation. Don't blow it. Indeed. And then, of course, Sardoc is added in here. Will's got the Gladys voice filter on. Yes. But yeah, hopefully it shouldn't take terribly too long. You can get back in with us. Otherwise, I will just wait for information on what to do with the stream. But we'll take it as it comes. Toasty! What up, John? She says, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, this is how I get greeted in the morning by Toasty. There's never a hello or a good morning. It's just John. So yeah. Let's see. And
I mean, if we're gonna try and keep this Red Dwarf,
yeah. Well,
then,
Will says he doesn't know what the fuck is happening.
What I said,
Oh shit.
what I said a while ago, it just doesn't seem like Red Dwarf.
Well, that's what I was saying. Is I think it's because you're only able to put out so much with it being this limited event series. You can't just go and say, all right, let's get back into it. Let's move these things forward. You almost have to. You can't really take too many steps forward. So it's just more of like a joy cruise. Let's go around and just reminisce on things that we missed from not being able to do this for the last few years. It's like when you go and hang out with an old friend that you haven't seen in a long time.
I know you're talking. Please finish that in a sec. I really want to respond to what Will is saying. He says he doesn't know what's going on. I've had that position. Don't worry. We know what we're supposed to be talking about. And
Roll it, yeah.
Me and
we're just doing
Elso
it.
and John are going to continue to look after the show until you.
Rhoda, you don't have to explain. You can just do what we're doing. We'll be fine. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it isn't Red Dwarf. It is something completely different.
This is more of reminiscing with an old friend that you haven't seen in a number of years, and you want to just kind of recapture the magic to the best of your ability. But you're all older than you were. Like you can't go out and have the same Friday night that you used to have 5 years ago with your friends because you're just not the same. And so
I bet
trying to capture that, you can still have good moments and a fun time, but and you might even appreciate the opportunity to hang out and do that. But it's not one of those, like, you'll remember, oh, it was so nice to hang out with them, but it's not the same way that you remember all the memories of the stupid shit that you used to do back when you're the whole thing that's even having you there for that. So I mean, it's
the thing is that they like the style of these 3 episodes is for whatever reason they were made like that. Kind of I like that you guys told me that in season 10 this is going to be completely different and they're gonna go back to a lot of the things and it's gonna get better.
There we are.
And here it is.
He has returned.
We have ein will.
Yes. Can we hear him though?
Thy will be done.
Hello.
There we are.
Hi.
No worries.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thy will be done.
Sorry about that. I've never had one like that before.
Yeah,
right.
That's what she said.
PLDD just completely shut the bed. It was really weird. It went down way worse than it normally does.
Right.
Share that. And for like several fucking seconds, I eventually had to just restart the fucking internet.
I assume that's what you were doing. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell happened. Nothing would fucking load.
Well, you got.
And then I got back online, so I could. Yeah, we saw that. Did you read them or am I doing?
Yeah, I did. With groups.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Cool. Oh yeah.
I mean, you got 3 people who were used to being online, so yeah,
we're fine. Yeah. Plus, John has admin anyways now, so
yeah.
So no, I wasn't worried about that. I wasn't worried at all. I was just annoyed.
Yes.
Yeah, because why wouldn't I be annoyed? I'd be very, 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 very annoyed. All right, cool. Thank you guys. You guys are fucking legends. Thank you for the super chats. We're actually very close to 3/4 of the way through the bar now.
Yeah.
Only a few bucks away. Let me get this fucking thing back on the screen. Let's get things back the way they should be and put things there. Much better. All right. I apologize for that. I mean, it's not my fault, but apologies anyway. Thank you for the supers. Appreciate you guys. In fact, yeah, totaling well over combined $5.
Thank you for $5.
Okay.
Indeed.
And nose work. Right. So they're specializing in noses, even though it doesn't say that on the card anyway. Really weird.
Right.
get to? Did you go any further from there?
What's up?
It doesn't matter. It's fine. We're just going to continue. So they don't know how the hell they're going to get to London W12. Apparently, it's over 30 miles away. And so they don't know what to do. He says, how are we going to get there? That's over 30 miles away. The guy says, Hollyhop Drive. They go, it's back on Red Dwarf. Metapuddle. Metapuddle?
It's probably from the season we haven't seen.
Probably. It said back on Red Dwarf. It says time slides when you walk into a photograph and back on Red Dwarf. It goes, all right, got it. Beam there. Then they go, that's Star Trek. We don't do that. You know, it's quite funny that they know what Star Trek is.
I mean, like, in reality, I would have been that guy, but in the show, I'm gonna punch that guy in the face.
Yeah, I know that guy. He's really annoying. The overeager fan. Yeah. Anyway, I always say never attack the fans. You know, don't argue with your own audience and stuff like that.
The casting is on point, though.
Oh, brilliant casting, brilliant acting, brilliant everything. But because they make this guy infuriating to any real fan.
He did his job perfectly.
Yeah, he's like a Timu version of Nick Frost, which is exactly what you
kind of, yeah.
You know,
Metapuddle is from the Wax World episode. Is it? Is that how they got there? I thought they teleported there by accident. Oh well, whatever. Anyway, that's cool. Fair enough. So we move on, and turns out that without the Hollyhop Drive, a Metapuddle, or time slides, or the ability to beam there, because that's Star Trek, not us, we don't do that, sir. It says, well, if you've got no teleportation systems or any natural reassemblers, no option left. You'll have to catch the bus. So then they're waiting for the bus. Crichton looks ludicrous. Absolutely.
Yeah. Crichton looks like one of the watchers from Fringe. If you
Crichton looks kind of like my dad if he wore hats.
and Rimmer, classic Rimmer here. You get an actual bit where there's actually something good for Rimmer to do. He's reading about himself in the magazine. It goes, neurotic? I'm not neurotic. I've never been neurotic. Neurotic? Neurotic? Proving that he is in fact neurotic. He goes, are they insane? Who writes this stuff? I wasn't even neurotic when I was a kid. Didn't have time. I was too busy washing my hands.
Oh, yeah, that is one of the best.
That was an amazing line, by the way.
Yeah, that's great. That's really good. Yeah. Because in what way am I hilarious? In what way am I hilarious? Name one way in which I'm hilarious. Just one way. And Crichton says, well, you're pompous without reason, sir, and you have hilariously unrealistic life goals.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing, is these character moment scenes, you know, they seem to, which is weird, because in the first episode, it's that character moment between Rimmer and Lister with the ironing scene. It just kind of it's because it's kind of a retread, but that right there, where they're actually out standing on a street corner, like that was some of the best Red Dwarf just kind of humor of everything's working right there in that scene. So exactly. and that's the thing. This is not bad in the sense that I feel like I've wasted my time watching this and it makes me, you know, it diminishes the show. It's just it's kind of like you expect kind of more than what it ultimately is capable of being, and can't, I don't know, it's I don't even necessarily hold against the show. It's kind of like when the ending of season 8 kind of comes abruptly and they just have to deal with it and get out what they can, you know. So it's flawed but fun, I think, is where
absolutely
yeah.
So there we go. Anyway, so Kat has made another origami squid and has put it down. Mm-hmm. And as they're getting on the bus, the guy says, "Where to, mate?" And Rimmer is still getting angry about being told he has unrealistic life goals. Then immediately asks where first class is, and the guy says, "It's all first class, mate."
Indeed.
Really looking forward to the complimentary champagne and little towels. So unrealistic life goals, yeah. So then we get this scene that makes my fucking skin crawl with these two precocious kids who go talking to Lister. Lister sees a picture of Chloe Annett in with her kids or whatever, featured in the magazine, and says that she's still she's alive here. But no, that's not Kachansky, buddy. That's the actress who plays Kachansky. Yeah. So no. Then these two little kids come running over. The girl ain't so bad. The little boy makes me want to punch him in Minecraft. They go, "Are you Dave Lister? You are, aren't you?" Oh. I used to like this scene a bit. Craig Charles acts his arse off in this scene.
Right.
Yeah,
kids are nice little actors, you know.
Craig Charles is the only fucking saving factor in this fucking shit show.
I mean, I don't think it's a shit show. I just think it's flawed, very flawed.
Well, I don't think Craig Charles's performance is flawed.
I'll tell you what I don't think. I don't think this is more flawed than the last episode of Series 8.
Yeah.
I actually think that's worse.
In
terms of how badly, how many.
This was at least planned out as a 3-part thing.
And that might be a hot take, but it's one that just occurred to me, and I 100%.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But I can completely see it.
Yeah, because it actually fucks up its own internal consistency in Series 8, whereas this one doesn't. It might be crazy and a bit crass, and really kind of designed to wind you up. And it does, but at least it makes sense within itself.
Yeah, and the framing
I mean,
of how this actually...
my main problem with this Back to Earth Series 9, whatever you want to call it, is that it doesn't actually conclude Series 8. That's my main problem with it, apart from just being crap.
Yeah. Well, you know, and I think that's why they have the references to the season that you don't see, is so they can at least kind of account for that continuity gap in some way, you know. But it's
incidentally, we got a reference to Fanboy from Freakazoid from Rufus. Fucking love that show. It's one of my favorite shows of all time.
Oh, Freakazoid was awesome.
And I'm actually constantly surprised by how many people remember it, considering it only got 2 seasons and then disappeared.
Well, it was part of all that Animaniacs, Pinky and the Brain.
Yeah, it was the Warner Brothers Steven Spielberg verse. Yeah,
it was awesome.
Yeah, it is. I prefer it to Animaniacs. I think it's much funnier.
Freakazoid was the top.
I really liked Animaniacs.
I liked Animaniacs too,
amazing.
But I think Freakazoid was way better. And the reason is because we have this fat nerd, this fat bespectacled nerd, who is the ultimate obsessive fanboy, and that's kind of what that guy is. Anyway, these two irritatingly precocious little shits come up to Lister and ask him all kinds of personal questions. I'm sorry, when I'm writing, right, like I'm writing a book at the moment, and I'm writing not children, but teenagers who will grow up in later bits of the story. I'm doing my absolute best not to make them sound like modern teenagers, but not sound like fucking Tolkien wrote it either. And it's really difficult. I'm also trying to establish rules of a universe that I've created that will make sense. And I don't want at any point the kids or characters in the book to sound like these. Just this annoyingly precocious, irritating shit. It makes me really annoyed. I just don't really know why they put this scene in here.
We all want to read your fucking book.
Oh yeah, I'll get to it.
We do. I'll get in there kisses. Well, I do.
Yeah, you know, the overacting, you've got to be so careful when you're writing kids talking about high concept stuff. What really annoys me is the fact that the kids just 100% believe that this is the real Dave Lister the second they see him. Because they're kids, the argument would be because they're kids, their imaginations are broader and they're more open to believing flights of whimsical fantasy happening right before their eyes. But I remember being a kid and I would have thought that was Craig Charles, not Dave Lister.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have walked up to him and gone, "You're Dave Lister, aren't you?" I would have gone, "Are you Craig Charles?" And then if he turned around and said, "No, I'm actually Lister," I would have been like, "Oh, cool, nice to meet you, Mum. there's a weirdo on the bus who thinks he's Lister. He's Craig Charles. I think he's gone mental. I think all those drugs have really fucked him, you know? But anyway, whatever. So they ask really annoying questions. They go,
David,
he goes, yeah, Dave Lister.
Bus and now he's pester.
Right. So anyway, they literally go, what's it like having a whole TV channel named after you, Dave? He goes, what? I don't know. They go, you're pretty cool. You're pretty cool. And it's like, fuck, what do you know about being cool? You're like 4 years old. What the hell? You're not cool yourself. How can you possibly tell what's cool?
Nobody cares.
No one cares what you think.
It is hilarious right now how you have your face framed in on the little girl's
Yep.
head.
Yeah, there's me. Yeah.
Amazing.
It's Jesus.
So,
it's always
so
perfect.
then he looks. So he's looking at the magazine, and then they go, "Are you sad about Kachansky? We were sad too. So is Dad. The girl's not so bad. The little boy is irritating as fuck. Then we worked it out. What? What out? She's not really dead. Crichton was the only one to see her die, right? Get her sucked out of the airlock. Oh, you bastard, little precocious bastard. Will you stop this nonsense? Why is this scene in here? It's stupid. These little kids who figured it all out. It's so cringe. Oh, God, it drives me crazy. Kids don't actually behave like this, you know? And that's what I'm talking about, like writing. It's like, I don't want any time to write something that doesn't make sense or takes you out of the story by having it be too wild, too silly, or too precocious.
Well, there is one possible saving grace in all of this, but I will save it till the end because I don't want to, because that's the only thing that you can ultimately kind of go and.
Well, because of the twist at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's about the only allowances you can give it.
That's right. But then we get this really dodgy. It's written to be kind of cute and quaint, but I feel like it missed the mark completely. So they have this theory that Kachansky's not actually dead, that Crichton lied to him, and she actually just left. And the guy goes, oh, right, Lister says, why would Crichton lie to me? Why are you talking to these kids about your personal life?
Yep.
All right, she was only trying to save your feelings so you wouldn't feel like a big fat loser. And then the other one goes, you've been dumped. I was dumped once. It was really horrible, the little jinger. And I'm like, what do you fucking know? What do you mean you've been dumped? You've not even had a girlfriend for real. You're like 7 years old at most. Fucking idiots. It just pisses me off.
They grow up so fast.
It's like you should have realized that this is nauseating when you were writing it and just cut it out. But you've got to have kids, have someone for Lister to talk to. He could have talked to the cat. Right. You know, the cat could have had this harebrained theory, you know? But whatever, anyway. She is still alive, I bet you. And then the boy goes, oh, she's really good at guessing stuff. That DVD, Titanic, she knew that ship would sink right from the start. She could tell. Even in that Bible film, she said, Jesus, he's not dead, I bet you. Oh, fucking hell. So then they go, in the next series, try and find her. Get her back. And then the little jinger goes, kiss her. I know I would.
Yep.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God, it's so cringe. It's so cringe. He goes, there isn't going to be a next series of fictional character. I don't exist. She goes, I think you exist. And I do too. Oh, hey, I'll stop. Just, and then he goes, tell Rimmer he's a smeghead. Oh, fuck, of course. It's so awful. It's worse than the fucking nerd guy. I love kids. Kids are wonderful. But don't write them to be like this sort of wise, sage-like counselors to a fucking full-grown man from a different universe. Oh, Jesus. Just fucking shut up.
The innocence of a child. The innocence of a child telling you what to do and not overcomplicate your emotions.
Right. I hate stuff like this that's like cloying. You know what I mean? It's like it's nauseatingly niceness and sort of like, oh, the innocence of a child. You know, just fuck off. It's like when Ash comes back to life at the end of the Pokemon movie because the Pokemon cried.
Oh yeah.
It's like, what does that mean? That doesn't make sense. Like you've ruined it. You know, it drives me crazy. I remember being in the theater watching that when I was like 15 or something, and the fucking Pokemon movie came out, and I was like, "Hey, this is pretty good. The animation's nice." Wait, what the fuck? How did he come back to life? Just because they cried? They can resurrect the dead? Shouldn't somebody be fucking reporting this and telling medical science that Pokemon have the ability to raise the dead? Like, you know,
we need Pokemon tears.
It's just I can't stand the fact that it makes me become this horrible, nasty, ultra serious, anal fucking skeptic, and they're just kids. Please stop writing so manipulatively, because now I'm angry at these children who don't deserve it. And that makes me even angrier. Oh, sorry. Anyway, that fucking scene does my head in. I hate it. It's the worst thing in all of Red Dwarf. Honestly, this scene, I'd rather watch fucking the last 5 minutes of Only the Good on loop for the rest of my life than have to watch that fucking scene on the bus again. Oh,
yeah, completely right with you there.
It's so cringe. It's so over the top. Red Dwarf is not supposed to be that show. Red Dwarf is supposed to be tongue-in-cheek and sarcastic and snarky. This is the exact opposite of that. You know what I mean? It's like, hey guys, welcome back to Red Dwarf. I hope you like your jokes about smeg and other countries and testicles, but hold on a minute while we pull over for this nauseatingly cloying scene where two kids have clairvoyant powers of knowledge that they couldn't possibly have ascertained themselves and are not emotionally mature enough to properly be able to articulate to a complete stranger on the bus.
True.
Just why? Why'd you do it, Doug? It's fucking retarded. Oh. Anyway, and it's all in such earnest too. Thankfully, we get this, which absolutely redeems it 1 second later. So they finally catch up with Katerina Bartokovsky or whatever the fuck. Rimmer pretends to be happy to see her. She says, I hear, cut this second hole. He goes, science officer. Excellent. Which, of course, he hates her guts. Says, so pleased you've caught up with us. She goes, you give me slip, I know. You not want be erased, but you won't defeat me. I too smart. Goes, erase me? I thought it was murder to kill a hologram. She says, no, hologram already did. Morally, ethically, hologram killing fine. He says, fair enough. Yeah. Where is it? Morally, ethically, hologram killing fine. He says, fair enough. And
moving right along,
straight up murders her ass, pushes her right in front of a car. Yeah,
well,
it's brutal.
She told him it's fine.
Yeah, morally and ethically, it's fine to murder a hologram. Fair enough. Bye. Now that's funny. That's Red Dwarf. It's just weird that they had that immediately after this sort of pointless scene with the kids. I'm not going to go down that street again. It's fucking just going to leave me yelling about it again. But there we go. Anyway, they make it to Nose World. Do we have any more nose puns yet? No, nothing yet. No.
Only the super chats.
Who knows?
Oh, fuck. All right. So they make it here. Maker of latex masks for TV industry specializing in noses.
It's now to do with me.
Turns out they can read. Oh. Anyway. Wrong one. There we go. All right, you can come back. So, Lister says he didn't know he could read Chinese. All
Keep
right,
him in line over there, Amelia.
Yeah. Anyway, so we haven't got all day. She didn't see that coming, did she? I did. That's what Crichton said. They get to Nose World. They make their way down, and they find El Chinko hanging out here, having a good time, dressed like a simulant for some reason. And basically he's nicked everything from Red Dwarf sets that he's got, and they're asking him, you know, where's our creator? You must know the address. You know what is going on. So he says, why are you here? Illogical. You should be inside TV. Questions need answers. How many episodes have we got left? Is it true we're going to die? I don't know that stuff. I just do noses. Latex. He goes, who does know? Big boss. He know everything. He pick your nose. He pick your brain. He pick your brain too. It was a Friday. What? How do we get to see him? I know man who know where. He know where boss. He know address. Okay, so eventually they he says, you said you stole a car. Yes, Red Dwarf Fan Club President car. You want to borrow? All legal. So yes, they borrow a car. They uncover the car, and of course we know where this is going. Beggars can't be choosers. So they've decided they're going to head where the guys told them, and they're going to do it driving this.
I
Now we get a little montage.
This is so awful. This was a real jump the shark moment for me.
Really? I don't know anyone else who hates it.
I wanted to punch my fucking telly.
Really?
At this point,
everyone I know
hated it so much.
People I know all agreed that it was one of the most redeeming things about it. It was
so
really
for me, everything that
this
is
is the
currently
first time I
happening.
got pissed off.
Really?
All right, Helzo, what were you saying?
This is like from this point on in the episode, I kind of started to realize that everything was about to kind of be either a fantasy or something, like fully realized, because it started getting much more ridiculous, especially with the nose guy. And when I saw this, like when I saw Smartbug, I was I unapologetically love that car, even though I hate smarts.
Smart cars are gay. But
I
yeah,
fucking hate smarts, but I would own this. Unapologetically would own this motherfucker.
Yeah, so would I. Yeah, I think it's fucking.
Like,
I think it's totally lame, but it straddles the line between so lame that it's cool and just way too lame.
Exactly. I would drive this, and I know that.
Let's ask the chat. Keep talking though.
It was around here where I just took it as
so much. Like it was like the most like big fish in the face. Like you will take our new world order. You will go and enjoy it. No, fuck off. Fuck your fucking car, Bob.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just took it as like I just at this point accepted that we are firmly in the we're just having a reunion kind of
victory lap.
Yeah. Like don't take any of this too seriously. Clearly, this is about the wider 20-year kind of anniversary celebration.
Offensive and direct. You must accept our way of thinking.
What I was saying is I just kind of take it as like this is more about just an appreciation of the celebration of Red Dwarf, of being a thing for like 20 years at this point, roughly. And so this is just kind of, this isn't the greatest thing, but it's kind of like, it's just a little reminder. And hey, we did a thing, but fan service.
I know that. I'm just saying that this specific incident with Carbug
Nostradamus. Oh my god,
is something that really aggravates me.
I like it. I think it's funny. I think they know full well that it's fucking stupid, but I think it's funny.
And that's the point. Yeah, like it is.
I mean, the point is that they have now ended up having to drive this fucking car that's owned by a mega fan who's so obsessive he turned a smart car into a Starbug, which only a total lunatic would actually do. And it's just a hilarious irony that they, of all people, have ended up actually having to drive it.
Right.
That's why
Those are all facts. Yes.
Yeah,
and in many ways, it's as absurd as.
I think there was a disingenuous reason behind it, and that's what I'm annoyed about.
Well, I also think it's kind of this thing where, as absurd as Red Dwarf is within the diegesis of the series, our reality in some ways is even more absurd than what they actually do.
Well, I mean, what's getting even stupider is the fact that they are now driving down Coronation Street.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is another TV show, a soap opera called Coronation Street.
Right.
that is like a northern soap. It's like the second biggest soap in the UK after EastEnders.
It's actually fucking awful.
Oh, it's absolute cancer. I've never watched more than about 10 minutes of it. I just didn't want to because it really is fucking like it's just the worst kind of. I can't even explain why.
My mum would watch all three of them.
What, Emmerdale and EastEnders and Corrie
and Coronation Street. Yeah, the only one that is actually like genuinely quite a decent things to watch is Emmerdale.
Oh, I just can't stand any of them. I remember I had a girlfriend when I was 20 through 20.
I see that. That's fine.
20 through 23ish, 20 whatever, and her mum was a soap addict, so we would almost always end up, if we were eating dinner or whatever, she'd have to eat in front of the TV, and it was always fucking EastEnders, or then Corrie, or Emmerdale Farm, which it's now just called Emmerdale. And oh god, it was so fucking awful. It's depressing. Coronation Street. It's just maudlin.
The only one that's even remotely watchable is Emmerdale.
Yeah, and I mean the actual like acting is terrible as well. Although Craig Charles was all right in it, but I don't know. It's so shite.
Oh god, yeah. I tried to watch Corrie because Craig Charles was in it.
I didn't. I was like,
it was still so fucking shit. I couldn't deal with it. I got through like less than half an episode.
Yeah, they're just awful, fucking depressing shite all the time. Goddamn soap operas. But anyway, it is at the time when Craig Charles was in Coronation Street, which is all centered around this street and this pub, the Rover's Return, because it's British soap opera. You've got to have a pub in a British soap opera because that's where everyone goes. Yeah, and it's British. The watering holes, the local hangout for everyone.
What we do.
Yeah. Anyway, they pull up and we get a very funny sequence, I think, where as they're preparing to stop, they go, initiate landing procedure. Everyone on standby. Cabin crew prepare for landing. Security checks commencing. All personnel in position. Everyone return from the restroom. Check. All little tables folded away. Check. Seatbelts on. Check. Winkers to shut down. Landing gear down. Requesting landing lines. Suggest left-hand traffic pattern, sir. Towards that landing light edifice at the end of the street. Applying brakes now. Velocity decreasing. Revs 2,000 and dwindling. Pavement in sight. Landing lights locked. Stand by. We're attempting to stop. Good luck, everybody. Handbrake engaging. Ignition off. Wow, we made a good landing. Well done, everyone. Okay, doors to manual. Check. Disembark in your own time, gentlemen. It's fucking insanity. And I love it. This is why Carbug works for me, because they know it's stupid and they're making it stupid. What have we got so far? We got would you own or drive a Carbug? 10 votes. 20% say drive it once, 20% say nah, that's gay, 60% want to own it. So there we go. That's the verdict.
I hate it passionately.
Well, then good for you.
And you're amongst the 40% or the 20%.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe he is the 20%.
True.
I really don't care.
No. Anyway, so this is weird. So then we get a scene where one of the other actors is there. I can't think what his fucking name is. But he's across the street, and Crichton's trying to talk to a postbox, thinking it's also a droid like him. The guy walks past. I can't think of his fucking name, but he's in Corrie as well. He was in Corrie back then as well. I don't know if he is now. It's such, because they do this, they make these soap operas based around like a part of London or a part of Manchester or wherever. So they end up with sets that are actual streets.
Mm-hmm.
So like the Rover's Return, for example, is a functioning pub that they actually can like use when they're not filming. So that's why you see like Craig Charles in the Rovers having a beer, reading his lines, because it's a functioning pub, you know?
Yeah.
But there you go. Anyway, so yeah, we get this guy. I can't think of his name. He spots Craig Charles, who sort of nods to him, and then he rings on his phone, and you hear Craig Charles's voice dimly saying, "Hey, where are you?" And he goes, "I'm in the Rovers, kid, learning me lines." Says, I'm coming. So he goes, see you in a minute. So, of course, there we go. While they're fucking around outside, the other actor makes it into the pub. Oh, no, wait, they go into the shop, of course, yeah. Now on telly, that's a fucking very funny. This is one of your British, like, glossies that women read. It's just trash about TV shows, a TV guide, basically. And they have one called Now magazine. And then, of course, you get sensational stories, crappy interviews with soap actors and stuff. No one should care about this shit, but bored housewives in the UK do. So there we go. There's also Win a Car Bug on the magazine, by the way, which is pretty interesting. Red Dwarf lands on Coronation Street is the headline. But even funnier is the fact that the magazine is called Now on Telly.
Yep.
As in, there's nothing on telly. So there we go. They walk in, and there's one of the other casts here learning her lines as well. And we get, what is it he calls it? Hiya, Chuck, pal, love, sir. All names that the Northerners use, calling people Chuck and love, you know. Hello, love, you know. Very love. British. Hello, love. Yeah. So Crichton's trying to blend in. So he says, hiya, Chuck, pal, love, sir. We're looking, I mean, looking, again, taking the piss out of the accent, for granny-grabbing, philandering taxi driver Lord Mullaney, as played by Craig Charles. She says, I think he's in the Rovers learning his lines. Is this some sort of joke, the Rovers? Wait. Where are we? I don't know. Anyway, we were just past that, weren't we, lads? And then, of course, they do Mancunian accents, and Rimmer goes, aye, we were, weren't we? What a load of tease. Get your kicks on, lads. We're sorted. And then Rimmer goes, quality. and Cat goes, mint. Again, all stupid slang that's used up north in England. Up north in England is basically regarded the same as the South is in America. It's kind of bumpkin land. If you're from the south of England, you look down on the people from the north because they're more rustic, more rural. Even though there's absolutely no truth to it whatsoever anymore. Like it's just as metropolitan up north as it is in London. But it's just
and also places like Devon and Cornwallshire.
Oh yeah, that's even more rustic.
You know, they are so like rural.
Yeah, they are. They're bumpkins,
and they need to be. They need to be.
The interesting thing that I always find is the fact that the UK is 1/50th the size of America, and yet we have as many, if not more, regional dialects and accents and colloquial terms and change. Do you drive 20 miles north in the UK and you are in a different zone with different terms and different accents? Maybe not 20 miles, maybe 40 miles. People from where I was born are different in London. 40 miles north of where I was born is like Leicester or somewhere like that. And they sound different there. Then you go a bit further north. You get to... I don't know where, like Midlands, Peterborough and places like that on the East Coast. They all have different fucking accents.
I'm
and you get to the chaps.
I'm lucky enough to be able to travel around the country quite a bit. And the only place that I find that actually feels like England anymore is Sheffield.
Yeah, that's kind of ironic, actually. Just don't go to Bradford. If you go to Bradford, you're basically walking into Iraq.
Oh yeah. I'm aware of that. I wouldn't try to do that.
No.
Sorry
anyway,
to interrupt, lads, but I will need to jump. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry, buddy. I didn't say something in the private chat. Yeah. Sorry, mate. Oh well, thank you very much for being here. We'll get to the end. Thanks for being here.
Go, and, you go nose deep.
Right, will do. Looking forward to next week when we get back to doing proper normal episodes.
Yeah,
Plus, we've got two real bangers to start off. Trojan is a hell of an episode. It's a really
Is that
good
the
one.
first episode?
Yeah, Trojan is very, very funny. It's all about Rimmer.
Yeah, all right. So hopefully I'll be able to find
lots of Star Trek mistakes in there as well, actually. Okay.
Have a great one, guys.
Have a good one, mate. Would you like to flog your stuff before you go?
I'll just ask if anyone wants to see my channel. Disgusting is the name, and I do gaming, do reviews, talk about shit, and play some music. Thank you very much. That's all I can say about myself. I'm very bad at promoting myself always.
Me too. I suck at it. Terrible at it. Can't do
Safe
it.
travels, dude.
Thank you, and have a great one. Cheers for the glory
Cheers.
of the Vindiluvian Empire.
Okay, so we've made it here. Let's just get to the point. Craig Charles, is the man himself, is sitting in the rovers learning his lines when the other guy comes in and alerts him. He says, he goes, hey, he goes, all your mates from Red Dwarf are outside. He goes, serious? Yeah. Because they've just landed in a little spaceship. It was green. He goes, what's it called? Craig Charles says, listen, mate, don't mess about. I've got loads of lines to learn. I've got a massive scene this afternoon. He goes, but I'm serious. I know what I saw. He goes, even you were there? He goes, I was there. How many you had? And the guy goes, well, I've had a couple, but listen, I've just seen you. It's implying that they're all pissed on set all the time. We probably are. Goes,
You'd have to be. Have you watched that shit?
Huh?
Have you watched that shit? You'd have to be.
Yeah, you would, yeah. So he goes, it was definitely you. Anyway, then they walk in, and Craig Charles literally is happy to see him. He goes, hi, guys, what are you doing here? And Crichton says, Mr. Charles, sir, my name is Crichton. I am a fictitious character from the television series Red Dwarf, and we really need your help. The guy goes, told you. He goes, Lister walks in. And then now we're in fucking weirdo land because Craig Charles is looking at himself, obviously. And he goes, you're the only one who can help us, man. And then Craig Charles gets up and goes, I've heard about these. They're called flashbacks. Because everyone knows that Craig Charles used to dabble a bit in the old extracurriculars. A fair bit, actually. A lot. An unhealthy amount. So, yeah, didn't he end up in rehab or something? I think, he ended up in the Priory, of course. So so he's like, oh my God, I'm having flashbacks. He thinks he's having flashbacks. He goes, flashbacks? He goes, I know you don't exist. And then Kat says, okay, no need to rub it in. Just give us the address of whoever created us and we'll jump into Starbuck and be out of here. And Craig Charles goes, Starbuck? He goes, I just told you. They landed outside the cabin. He goes, that's okay. We're not going to get a ticket, are we? You're not all here. He goes, no, you're not all here. He goes, I know you're not all here. He's not all here, but the rest of us are. Yeah. You see, sir, we're from an alternate dimension and need answers like how many episodes do we have left? And the guy says, I know how many episodes you've got left. He goes, how many? He goes, 1. And Craig Charles says, yeah, it's called Back to Earth, Part 3. Script due in a couple of days. So they go, all we need is an address from you, bud. We've got to speak to our creator. And Craig Charles says, and I've got to get back to the Priory. So then we get this very good line here where Lister is not remotely impressed with Craig Charles. so he goes, I'm so glad I'm not him. The guy's a wreck, pretending to be somebody else all day. That's no way to make a living.
Yeah, that's like I was saying earlier. Craig Charles absolutely fucking excels himself in this episode.
He does. Yeah. He gets better and better as the show goes on. I've told you before, in series 10, there is an episode in the middle somewhere where Craig Charles plays Lister as father and son.
Yeah,
to
I know
himself.
That. I know that.
And does various scenes bouncing off himself. And he was sick as a dog when they filmed that, and it's fucking great. It's totally memorable. I would call it fucking iconic. Right up there with the Jesus bits and Trojan. And the malicious new computer. All series 10 is very good. Anyway, they get here to this part of London that now suddenly looks like it is from Blade Runner.
Yes. Very much so.
You've got the fucking Chinese lady advertising on the sides of buildings. Everything's Blade Runner now. From this moment till the end, it is nothing but Blade Runner.
Yep.
But there we go. All right, where are we? Okay, so they're going to get in to the creator's house, and they are invited in by. It's really stupid. There's the guy, of course, meant to look like the dude from Blade Runner. He's got bullets with names on them: Lister, Cat, Rimmer, and Crichton in his gun. He's dressed exactly like him as well, with the glasses and the slick back hair and everything. I can't think of his name. And they get ushered in by two little Oompa Loompa gremlin rimmers
from the Rimmer Experience.
Yeah, like the Rimmer Experience made manifest, and they go, "Visitors, with a sneering kind of face, and then they just bugger off. That's really good. I love that. That is really funny. If you have to do this kind of stupid story, then at least they did it this way.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they start arguing with him immediately. He goes, "I'm surprised you didn't find me sooner." And he goes, "It's not an easy thing finding your creator." He goes, "And how can he assist you?" "We want more lives, Mega. A series cancellation sequence can't be reversed once it's established." It's like, what about all the loose ends? Me and Kachansky getting back home? I grow weary of you. Does this mean this is our last episode, sir? The light that burns twice as bright burns half as long. Right. Yeah, but the light that burns half as bright burns 4 times as long. But the light that burns 3/4 as bright burns 5/8 as long as the light that burns 1/4 as bright as the light that's gone out. I'd need to have a calculator for that. The point is, gentlemen, you've all burned so very, very brightly for so very, very long. Just like the Red Dwarf star itself. Nothing lasts forever. Not even banks. They were deep in the financial crisis of the late 2000s, of course, at the time. Everything was ripping off banks wherever they could. They'd take a piss out of a bank. So then they pitched some ideas. What about a Crichton spin-off series? That could be a sidekick or a sitcom. Rimmer says, "I'd even do a sitcom." You are. Mate, that's literally what this Red Dwarf is. It's a sci-fi sitcom. I mean, it's a bit more of an epic these days, but it's still a sitcom. But anyway, anything to stay alive. Cat says, "What about a show about cats?" No, that would never work. Which is hilarious because, of course, this is 2009. The internet is not young, but YouTube is, and is basically the time when we had rage face memes and cats. Yep. Cats, fucking cats everywhere. Fucking cats. The internet was powered by cats. So that's funny. Says, what you need is me and Crichton thrown back in time like a new kind of Robin Hood. Each week he gets captured and is about to be burnt at the stake for witchcraft or just having a stupid head. And each week I, in a different brave new way, rescue him bravely. He's like, "All right, it sucks." He goes, "Your deaths will be magnificent, sad and beautiful." And he's got the script. He goes, "Let me describe it for you. You try to escape your destiny and run. I give chase." And then we literally just get the scene from Blade Runner where they are running through Chinatown as the creator chases them. And then finally, it's just literally just Blade Runner. That is all it is. And then finally he crouches, takes the shot, and they all die in slow motion as they smash through pane after pane after pane of glass, which I'm pretty sure there's a lot more glass than there is in Blade Runner. It has been a while since I watched it, but it's I don't know if it just seems like it, but it just seems like they're taking the piss, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, John, you watched it this week, didn't you?
I was watching it last night, but that was when I first fell asleep. So I neglected to watch it early enough that by the time I watched it, I ended up falling asleep about an hour or so.
Fair
enough. Yeah.
Anyway, it is just basically shot for shot, like Blade Runner.
Yeah.
So, okay. Anyway, there we go. And so that was it. There he goes, "Gentlemen, time to die." And then it's around about this time that Lister kicks the table. Is that right? Is that when he does it? Yeah.
Yep.
Lister kicks the table. Cat just effortlessly catches the gun because Cat is so
Cat.
fucking cool. And he's got cat-like reflexes. So there you go. Now they're pointing the gun at him. You'd kill me? You're damn right we would. You know how much you've made me suffer, says Rimmer. The life you created for me, all those cheap laughs, all that stuff about Rachel, the inflatable doll, all the jokes about my puncture repair kit. And Lister turns to him and goes, actually, that bit was funny. He goes, sorry, carry on. He goes, did you ever think how I felt? Start writing. I save the day, says Rimmer. I get a girlfriend who's gorgeous and crazy about me. And before you even think of it, after we've bonked each other senseless, she doesn't turn out to be my long-lost sister. And the guy goes, damn, how did you know I was thinking that? He goes, because I know how you think. He goes, now write me a happy ending or we take you with us. As you can never win. Accept it and die well. If you kill me, you moron, you'll cease to exist. He says, haven't you been following any of this? And Lister gets right up in it. Is this where Lister grabs him?
Not quite yet. Not quite yet. Because first he has the gun just fly out of Lister's hand.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, he writes that the gun flies out of his hand. He points the gun at them. And then Lister grabs him, squeezes his head, and says, and this is great. This is great. This is exactly what I've wanted to have Lister reflect on what his life has been. He goes, haven't you been following any of this? Oh, I've been dead for ages, man. Just sitting around getting old and fat. I never thought I had a responsibility to anyone. I never thought there was anyone out there who was on my side, who wanted things to work out. We've got a fan club. They've even named a TV station after me. I was never alone. I just didn't realize it. Now I want more life, Smegger. And then he throws him down, and it turns out the guy's dead. He's killed him. And they still exist. And this is where it gets pretty good, you know?
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty good.
But they have so little time left, unfortunately, because this is a very truncated
We are
part
right
3.
at the end. Yeah, we are right at the end now.
Because, this part 3 is barely even 20 minutes.
I know, yeah. And then we get this this part here where they throw the script in the fire and Lister starts typing. And everything he types, people say and do. So, Lister's even typing his own lines that he will then say. He then writes that Rimmer knocks a vase and it freezes in midair just to test whether or not it will actually happen. And it does. So they've decided now that they can basically do anything they want. Lister effectively controls the world. He can have anyone do anything and it will happen. Right. So at that point, he then literally has Rimmer do like a fucking jig and then starts smashing his crotch into the table. Which is weird because he's hard light, but whatever. Anyway. RoboCop had the glass fetish. Yeah, that's right. So there we go. So he's having a great time. And next stop, happy ending. Then they start talking for themselves again. And Lister realizes he didn't actually type it. He goes, wait a minute, I'm not typing this. It's not the typewriter that's controlling the world at all. And then that's when Cat finally starts to notice that he's been making these origami things this whole time. It's a little bit of a Deus Ex Machina just having him arrive at the right conclusion suddenly. But we're out of time. And that's fine. Because I want to get back to regular dwarf, you know? So he says it looks like a squid. Blow. So the cat blows it. And sure enough, it turns into a squid. They realize that the squid, he goes, why would I be making squids? That's something else that controls the world. How it's about our combined subconscious, like the time we were ambushed by the despair squid on that ocean planet.
And as we know, Cat is a genius when
they're not in reality.
When they're not in reality.
yeah. So there we go. So they realize that they are under the influence of another despair squid. The one that inked them is actually a despair squid. But Lister says, but I don't feel despair. I feel elation, joy. I've felt great since I got here. In here, I'm somebody. It's made me want to live again. And then there's footsteps. It goes, shush, footsteps. Do you hear them? Kachansky. And the cat's like, I can smell her perfume. He goes, I can get her back again. Kids, everything I've ever wanted. He says, but in the real world, sir, you'll be dying. He says, This isn't real. He goes, it'll feel real. Not in your heart. He goes, I've got no option, Critey. This is the only chance I've got of getting her back again. And then that's when Crichton tells him the truth. Those kids were completely 100% right.
Yep.
Fucking little bastards.
The wisdom of children.
I hate
the sages of the ages.
So Crichton says actually she didn't die, she just jumped. Which is weird because we never got to see a relationship.
Yeah, hold on, your mic's
oh.
There it is now. You're good.
Sorry. So this kind of annoys me because Crichton says she dumped you, right? Sorry, I'm getting my accents all fucked up today. He says she dumped you. I was trying to protect you. She's out there somewhere. And Lister says she's in here somewhere as well. But this is the point. So Kaczynski dumped Lister at the start of Red Dwarf before the show, right? And then she has clearly had a relationship with him in between in the last 9 years and dumped him again.
Right.
So at some point, Lister actually did get Kaczynski and get everything he wants, presumably, between Series 8 and Series 9. And we, again, didn't get to see it.
Right.
So this is now twice that Lister's successful love life with Kaczynski has not been on the show.
Some things are just meant to be private, Will, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I want to see him fucking or anything, but it would have been nice to see Lister get what we think he deserves, which is a happy ending, you know? And I still, to this day, maintain that they need to come back and finish this fucking story and get them back to goddamn Earth and get him Kaczynski and get to Fiji and get the farm and have Rimmer become a fucking admiral by sheer fluke and have the cat become the king of a fucking island of nubile fucking cat ladies and have Crichton become the dishwasher and laundry man for the entire planet. You know? I want that. I want that to happen. I want these characters to get an ending. You know, it doesn't have to be the perfect ending. Just give us an ending. If you're not going to make any more, then end it. You know?
Indeed.
Drives me nuts that we still don't have an ending. But there we go. Anyway. So, as we proceed, Lister decides that he's had enough. Now that they're aware that they're not in reality, apparently their immunity, they've developed an immunity to despair squid ink, and it's giving them a choice to which reality they want to live in, apparently. And so they're able to disappear at will from the reality. But once they're out, they're out. They can't come back. Because it's a hallucination, of course.
Right.
So they leave and Lister stays. He says, I've got to. And there we go. They begin to wake up on Red Dwarf, all except Lister, speculating about the fact that they've built up an immunity and that's how they are able to voluntarily get out of it. He says, our previous encounter with the creature must have strengthened our antibodies, which gave us the option to choose between realities, this one or the one that started when Kremlin Kate showed up.
Right. Which is the only way that you can kind of explain away all the convoluted nature of the stuff that we saw take place in between the beginning and this point in the show, is that it was all just the shared hallucination.
Yeah.
But that's a lot of lifting that it has to do, you know. To just, because that doesn't full scale, you know, excuse some of the hackneyed kind of things, but you can at least kind of say, all right, well, clearly it was, you know, it was a hallucinatory experience, so it doesn't necessarily have to make a whole bunch of sense. It just has to work. But that's yeah.
But there you go. So anyway, they all speculate that Lister is just staying there. He's not coming back. Then, out of nowhere, into focus in the 11th fucking
Sean
hour,
Young.
we literally get, God damn it, it's Kaczynski. And they actually got Chloe Annett back. And she's still looking pretty fucking good for 11 years later. There you go. So she's there. And he literally says, when did she show up? She says, would you mind if I asked you a question? And he says, shoot. She says, in your dreams, did you kiss me? And then he says, she says, was it good? And Craig Charles, once again, is crying. Solid acting here. Fucking solid. He's got wet eyes. And she looks fucking spectacular, actually. So he says, she says, was it good? He says, I never wanted to wake up. She says, then don't. So there you go. Never want to leave, there it is. You want to wake up, then don't.
We get a montage of happiness.
Yeah, exactly. Then we get them driving around the car, Bob.
That's right. We get some origami dreams.
Yeah.
Oh, your mic's kind of gone. There it is. Now it's back.
And as they're driving, he pulls over and just gets up and gets out of the car. Yep. And she goes, "Where are you going?" And he says, "I have to leave so I can get you back." Crazy hair, by the way. She says, "The real me, you'll never get me. I'm way out of your league." He says, "I thought that too, but I was wrong." She says, "You were right." He says, "Nah, I'm pretty cool. I don't take any smeg. And even though I'm disgusting, sometimes I can be quite brave," which is what the little girl said to him on the bus, which is probably the only line about it. That's the only line that's not real cringe in that whole sequence. Because he is disgusting, but he is quite brave. Yeah. So he quotes them, "I'm pretty cool. I don't take any smeg. And even though I'm disgusting, sometimes I can be quite brave." She says, "You will never get me." He goes, "Yeah, I will." And she says, "I mean, explain this. How can me..." Oh, no, wait. Sorry, that's it. He walks out and he wakes up. That's it. Yep. And then we cut to them a bit later in the corridor, and Lister's asking, "How is me getting everything I ever wanted caused by despairing?" Crichton says, "Analysis of the creature, sir, suggests it's a female. Male squid, female squid. What's the difference? Females can do 10 squiddy things at once, but not so good at reversing around rocks. The male defense system is an ink that produces despair, and the female one gives you joy. The joy squid, the hope squid, the elation squid, the sublime elation squid." Yeah. I actually love this. Not for nothing. When I finally did see part 3 of this, I was really pleased with this ending. I really liked it because you've now got a throwback to Back to Reality, and it's even called Back to Earth. They Naylor has known the whole time he was just pulling our fucking legs. The whole thing was a stupid hallucination, and it's even funnier because, of course, it's literally the spin on it of it being the hope squid. The female secretes hope instead, and makes you so happy and in your blissful delusion that she can escape, which she has. And then it turns out that the cat is the reason that they even have it, because he brought her on board from an ocean planet and says, "I'm gonna eat you, little fishy, because I like little fish." And then she escaped. He goes, "I knew you guys would get mad, so I didn't say nothing." Boy, has she grown. But there you go.
Yep.
So yeah, they decide they're gonna drop her off at the nearest ocean moon, make some happy sea life. And then, of course, they discuss the multiverse, the concept that all of it exists, all of it really exists.
And
somewhere
our
out
reality
there.
is
There
a
will
fiction
be
within their
yeah. And he goes, "Bet those sad suckers will live out the rest of their lives convinced that they're the real ones and we're characters from a TV show. And if you told them the truth, you know what they'd probably do? Laugh." Yep. And he says, "Yeah, they probably would." And he walks off, and that's it.
And then the credits roll, and there we are.
Yeah. We actually did it. We actually did it in nearly 4 hours.
Yeah.
Which is actually not the longest we've ever done.
Minus the technical issue, would have been close. Yeah, that was about 15-20 minutes of 10-15 minutes, I suppose.
Indeed. Are you there, Rhoda?
Roy.
Okay, bye, Rod. Yeah, I love the ending. I think the ending justifies all of it, actually, which is why I keep saying that this isn't the worst thing that's ever happened.
Yeah, no. it's not as, I guess, as grand in its execution as it could have been if they would have made other choices. But for what it is, by the time it gets to the end of it, it is not completely feeling like you've wasted your time or you've been
it wasn't a
completely
complete waste of
subverted
time.
or insulted or anything like that. But there is
Right.
some technical issues, but they're kind of inversed to what we saw with the last episode of season 8, where it starts off really well and then it has to deal with this convoluted kind of bullshit right at the end, and there's no way for them to get beyond it, so it plays out, and it's not the worst thing, but it's certainly not the level that you're expecting. And so when this just kind of starts out of nowhere, some nondescript day point in time, and it doesn't connect to any of the stuff that we've had happen for all these years, and now there's all this time in between, it does just it's kind of herk jerky at the start, but then it finds its once they get into Carbug, then it kind of starts to just be, this is an actual story, an adventure that feels like it's pulled from the larger series. And so, but it takes a while to get there, but it's good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the best. It starts off kind of spinning its wheels.
Mm-hmm.
Then it gets into some good shit. Then it really throws a curveball at you and kind of mocks you for caring,
right?
Which no one really likes. It's the reason we hate Ryan Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
But then it justifies all that by doing several really very funny sequences, and then finally the Blade Runner parody, and then finally justifying the entire thing with a callback to one of their best episodes. So it's not the greatest, it's not the worst,
but it is a greatest hits. It's like a greatest hits album that includes like maybe one or two new songs.
It's a greatest hits album with a couple of bonus tracks. And that's fine. Everyone should be able to do that if they want to, but it just kind of it's not the strongest Red Dwarf that ever existed, but it doesn't deserve all of the shit that it gets.
Right. Right. It kind of, it certainly leaves you wanting more, but it doesn't, you don't feel like the promise of what could have been, it's just, it doesn't quite scratch the itch, I guess is the right way. It's nice, but it doesn't seem as satisfying as you would expect it to be.
Right. And there you go. That's it. There. I think, I am glad we got over that hurdle.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's perfectly fine. It's just that we've got so used to the real wild, ironic, silly, snarky tongue-in-cheekness of Red Dwarf that now it's like, well,
Right.
It would be kind of nice if we didn't have to deal with this kind of spinning its wheels and just carry on with the show.
That and juggling concepts that otherwise aren't there, and yet, and as soon as this is over and done with, because I haven't watched the next episodes in the season stuff, but I'm sure it's not there. And as soon as it's not there,
you haven't watched any 10 yet.
No, not yet. That's what
10 series 10 kicks off with an absolute banger.
Yeah, so
Trojan is fantastic.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is I'm sure just it gets right back to what it, what's appropriate and comfortable, and the actual things that people want. And so that's kind of where, with this kind of existing, separate to the actual chronology of events of the legitimate series, this is just kind of a thing that's it's extra, and so I can look at it kind of as that, knowing that if this would have been just the end of it after the sour note kind of ending that they had to do for season 8, and then this would have happened and then nothing else after it, that would have been kind of a disappointing kind of
absolutely thing, as it stands, it's probably the weakest overall story they've done because of the delivery, but the story itself isn't weak. It's just that there's lots of little bits that kind of phone it in.
Right.
And then there's that awful cringe scene with the kids. By the way, shout out to Pre-Dawn Corpse in the chat. Nice of you to show up. His name keeps popping up lately. Everywhere I go, people shouting him out, and also Kino Casino shouting him out for great work. I'm loving it. So thanks for gracing us with your presence, mate.
Yeah. You missed
we have
mention
just
of some
finished
of RTU eating eyes. So
RTU. Yes, we definitely did.
With
We
the whole
definitely
team?
did a little skit about eating eyes earlier on.
That's right.
Yes, this is why I don't eat cherry tomatoes, because, of course, I don't want to be like RTU and understand what it feels like to have eyeballs in my mouth. So that's more or less it. Anyway, guys, we'll continue to discuss this for a few more minutes. If anyone wants to help us hit the goal, we are at 71%. We need $28, basically. 28.50-ish. To hit the goal and get the booba videos for your viewing pleasure and John's gooning humiliation. So if you feel like helping out with that, that would be glorious. RTU ate his son's ears.
I won't hear a thing of it.
I cannot believe it. I simply cannot believe this absolute fact. That's definitely not in any way a joke or meant to drive him up the wall. But yeah, definitely factually correct information there. RTU ate his daughter's eyes and his son's ears. There we go. You got the clip. Indeed. Yeah, if you want to help us, let's get some subs. Let's drop a super chat. Let us know what you think of this episode, blah, blah, blah. Anything else. And we'll continue to wrap up. But yeah, overall, again, it's not the worst episode of Red Dwarf. The big problems it has are that it doesn't answer any questions.
Mm-hmm.
It fucks around with Kachansky.
Yeah, suggest things happening far more interesting off screen
than what we actually get to see. Yeah,
right.
Plot development largely took place off screen. It revels in saying all that shit by making the mockery that is the season 9 reference for the series that doesn't exist. You get lots of funny little gags in there in places, but it kind of starts off with a rehash. Some of the CGI looks truly awful. The frame blending makes it look cheap and shitty when they could have just used physical sets instead, saved some money, and more than likely made it look better. On the plus side, the idea that they ended up in another Despair Squid scenario, but this time where it's giving them everything they want, is good. The only problem I have with that is that they could have done a Despair Squid reversal Hope Squid that gives everyone everything they want in universe.
Right.
Why did they have to have them exit into the real world and become part of it and realize that they're not real?
Right. And that's why I think that ultimately this show is just kind of the capstone of like a 20-year BBC celebration of Red Dwarf as a property.
That's what it is.
And so they just incorporated this into that more so than hey, let's actually do a Red Dwarf little mini series.
Indeed. And they definitely didn't help it by then bringing another series out 3 years later and calling it Series 10.
Right. They could have called it Series 11, The Search for Series 10.
I mean, they could have called it Series 9.
Right. They could have done that as well, yes.
They didn't have to,
Right.
But yeah, we are now through the entirety of Red Dwarf as it originally ran, plus the special. And now we will move on to late stage, more contemporary Red Dwarf, even though that was over a decade ago. YouTube is being weird and won't let me super chat Will of the Fans, otherwise I would have. I don't know, that's weird, that's strange. Oh. Yeah, a couple other people said they had that issue recently and they had to like log out, log back in again or something. I can't remember. Yeah, it's a nightmare. I'm in a predicament as well, where right now YouTube is forcing me to super chat in dollars, even though I don't have any dollars. Right. I only have pesos. And for some reason, it's convinced itself that I'm in America, even though I'm not. And it doesn't say that I am, and I haven't said that I am. And it's just set my payment currency to my actual currency, which it's not. So I literally can't send super chats because I don't have a fucking payment method to pay for them in dollars. Annoying. But there you go. Anyway, yeah, next up, we are going to have, next week, we're going to be looking at this. We're going to be looking at Series 10, which is, well, you can see for yourself, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
They've aged up a bit. Whoa, this is huge mega quality. Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. So, yeah, they're looking a bit older, but here they are. It's pretty good. I think they look probably their best in Series 10, actually, for the modern eras. They get Crichton's costume dead on. There are some fucking great episodes coming up. Trojan is hilarious. Trojan is everything that that people were wanting Back to Earth to be that it wasn't. What's a car bug? Justin's here. Hello. A car bug is a smart car that has been converted into a star bug by a manic fan. It's a car that ends up being driven by the Red Dwarf crew while they are on Earth in the real world outside of the Red Dwarf TV show. So it's a fan car that someone has made that they end up having to drive. It's pretty cool. It's in the thumbnail. You probably saw it. But I'll try and find some pictures of it. Hang on. Fucking hell. Why the fuck can't I find a good picture of Carbug? This is insane. There are loads. All right, then that'll do, I guess. Hold on. Here. That's Carbug.
Yeah.
He met Barry right before this aired, and he said they were doing 2 more seasons. Really? Oh, so they did have the plan to do it then. That's good. Yeah, because no one knew for sure. And then suddenly, boom, Red Dwarf is back. And I'm just really glad it did come back. And I'm really glad it didn't just end on Back to Earth, because they genuinely did bring back Red Dwarf properly, I think, with Series 10. I know that Rhoda says he doesn't like Series 10 as much as he likes 11 and 12. I like it all. I think it's all great.
All right.
So there we go. But yeah, that's it. Anyway, assuming then that we're not going to hit our goal, we might as well get to our outros and proceed from there. But thank you guys, the ones of you, for being here and checking us out and supporting us. We do appreciate it. And roll on next week when we'll be doing Red Dwarf Series 10 or X. John, what's coming up for you?
Well, tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, gonna do an episode of I can't remember what we call it on Sunday night. But we'll be doing an episode over on Toasty's channel, another stream. Of course, you can always find me there with her throughout the week, Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, starting at that time. Otherwise, we'll be back here bright and early again on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Eastern. And then, of course, we're here throughout the week, Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Anybody just showing up, we are here multiple times a week, and we do more, kind of pop culture-y kind of coverage and whatnot on the weekdays. And then we do these reviews on the weekends. Of course, Saturday, another episode of the Weekend Culture on Honey Badger Arcade's channel, 11 a.m. Eastern. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us today. We've gone just a little over 4 hours, so it's been kind of a little bit of an enduro run, but thank you so much for sticking out with us if you've been here from the beginning or if you joined in anywhere along the way. Much appreciation, and always pleasure being here with, of course, Helzo and Royd, and you as well, Will. Yeah, of course, with that said, you all have...
You there, Royd?
Yeah, well, we just got 1 million now for the British Empire. Anyways, y'all have a wonderful week going forward. Safe travels ahead. Be awesome as always.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers, buddy. I roll on Fathers and Sons. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. That's the one where Lister plays himself, arguing with himself as both father and son.
Right after the shows, I'll probably watch those.
Yeah, I think it's also the one where they have the computer, the computer that's trying to kill them, or that doesn't believe in. Or it's like a computer that's so good it can think for them before it can answer the queries they have before they ask.
Before they ask the question.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Just
well,
everything
I
is.
Wait.
Everything's been decided by algorithm before it even starts. So the second that Lister plays a prank on him, well, he doesn't play a prank on himself. He punishes himself as his dad. He punishes himself by resigning him from Red Dwarf so that he'll have to enlist in the JMC something. I can't remember. But anyway, the result is that basically the computer has no record of Lister. Therefore, Lister is an interloper. Therefore, the crew are all dead. There is no reason to have Red Dwarf, and we must now dispose of the ship. So
I certainly can't
I've
wait
told
to
you
get-
about that many times.
Yeah, and into some more episodes proper because it was
And
it's
she has
kind of
big
weird being
cats,
stalled out for the last couple of weeks, not watching Red Dwarf every week. It's just become kind of a thing that's like, so
Yeah,
just watching
it's
Red
been a
Dwarf
weird
again.
one lately because we've been doing other things as well, but we're back on it now. From here to the end, yeah, the computer is called Pree. That's right, Pree, and is played by Rebecca Blackstone, who is fucking hot. So there we go. Yeah. She's got kind of, well, she's not so much anymore, but she was when she was young. She's got kind of a cutesy face and nice big cans. So there we go. Anyway, there we go, guys. I guess we're probably not going to hit the goal today then. That's a shame. But we did have a very strong start. Appreciate you guys. So I guess we'll just wait and play the booby video on the next one. Oh, well. But I do appreciate those of you who did support the channel very much indeed. So shout outs and thank yous to St. Hugo, Smeghead several times. Disgusting, of course, as well, who was on the panel, as for Rhoda as well, who's also on the panel, both dropping membership bombs. DramaticaLaur, Smegheads again a bunch more times. Sardoc, James OP, Sardoc, Rufus, Disgusting, and Sardoc again. You guys are fucking legends. You literally helped me keep the lights on. Without you, the channel would have ended a long time ago. And without you, it will end because I can't continue to do this if I don't make some money. So thank you all so much. Appreciate you guys are fucking legends. Shout outs to everybody in the chat. Really enjoyed having you here. You guys are really funny and you keep it going, making it fun. Oh, uafomega's just dropped in. Literally dropped $5 like a boss, like a goddamn legend. Dropping $5 and saying literally nothing. Like a king. Fucking hell. Absolute king. Look at you. Thank you for 5.
Thank you for $5.
There it is.
I'm going to be working on some videos starting tomorrow. Got to start grinding them out again, hopefully daily. If not, it will be every other day until I can get about 6 out a week because I'm doing much more detailed and comprehensive videos these days. And if you haven't seen any of them, I strongly suggest you check them out because I'm diving not too deep, but deeper, say 16 to 20 minutes dives into topics and actually go through them and have a look at what's going on rather than just regurgitating news articles like I used to. I feel like it's a much better way to do things, and they've been very complimentary about it, actually. I really appreciate the feedback I've been getting. It's been extremely complimentary, and people have been saying that they appreciate the deeper dives, a bit more analytical, a little less incendiary. I'm not sitting around calling everybody wankers and stuff. That's for the streams. The streams are where I'm uncut, unfiltered. That's me when I'm streaming. But if you come for that, you should come and watch the streams. If you want to see me actually apply some intelligence, some thought, and some actual research to something, then you should definitely check out the videos because that's what they are for. Anyway,
tight editing as well.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying doing some editing against some quality editing because it's where I came from as a creator, as an editor. But in any case, I really do appreciate the compliments that you guys have been giving me. So much so, in fact, I really just have to.
Thank you so much for the compliment. It means so much. Like so much. Love you.
It's the way the eyes really milk those tears, Like,
thank you very much, Ariana Greyhound. That's mental. Oh man, I howled with laughter when we made that. I fucking died. I've still got to do that too. I've got to start a clips channel for the streams, clips of the streams,
that
create it
was-
as a second channel. Yeah,
that was a beautiful moment. That was.
you guys will have to let us know. Let us know what your favorite clips are, favorite bits that we've done in the streams. If you've been watching for any length of time, you'll probably have a few thoughts of favorite bits that have ever happened on this show, and I'll be happy to find them, clip them, and upload them to a secondary channel so you can watch them again. Anyway, there we go. That's it from me. That's it from John, and presumably that's it from Rhoda too. I think he might be asleep. You there, Royd?
Royd.
Rhoda.
Royd.
James. Bum, 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 bum.
Yep.
Oh well. uafomega again with another $5. Fucking hell. Says can't tight handful, no stupid, type not tight, stupid trucking voice to text. Had a couple of drinks there, uafomega. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you for $5.
Absolute legend. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. It's almost a shame now because we're actually only $19 away from the goal. We could probably make it if we grifted just a little longer, but I'm out of material. I'm out of content. I've got nothing to say. So there we go. Thank you, though. Seriously, appreciate you. You guys are
Really
fucking...
appreciate nonetheless.
Yeah, you guys are absolute legends. You've been amazing. Driving, obviously, right? Yeah. Can't type, handful, no stupid, tight, not tight, type not tight, stupid trucking voice to text. Right. Yeah. Well, there we go. So Toasty says it's her time to use John now.
That's right. I guess.
Sounds a little bit rapey, but okay. Anyway, there we go. Appreciate you guys. All right. We'll take it. We'll sign off now.
That's right. I have allotments during the day now, I guess.
Check out the first minute of The Aliens Are Coming. What is this? Oh, the movie from 1980? All right, I'll put that on for hyperdrive time and have a look at it tomorrow.
Interesting.
I think 1997-98 mockumentary with Jonathan Ross. As long as you're not fist rumping him, it's all good. Yeah, yes. Don't let Rhoda fist bum you. It's definitely not a good idea to get fist bummed by Rhoda. Definitely not. Not good at all. Do not do that. You will not have a good time. You will, in fact, be completely and totally fucking felted. So don't let that happen. Anyway, there we go.
Proctology.
Yeah. All right. I have run out of pretenses to keep this going. I will add that to the docket for tomorrow for hyperdrive time, and maybe link it to me or something. DM me. Let me know what you want me to do about that, and I'll take a look. Thank you very much. And I'll be back tomorrow in just under 23 hours from now. 22 and a half hours from now, I'll be back streaming hyperdrive time. So hope you can make it. I would like very much to see you guys there. I appreciate you for being here. Thank you to John. Thank you to Rhoda. Thank you to Helzo. And that's it. Till then, take care. Spike your hair. Fuck Nintendo. Fuck Disney. Fuck the BBC. Question everything. Respect the fans. Check out the Discord. The link is below. Toasty with the mosty at the last second for $1.99. Literally dropping a super sticker of a Shiba Inu dancing with love hearts. How absolutely adorable. Literally, it describes it to me. Shiba dog shaking his body from left to right, surrounded by red hearts. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you for that. That's very nice. Thank you indeed. Are you guys trying to keep us around? Is that why you keep drip feeding us super chats? Because it's like I'm in the middle of my outro now. And I don't think we're getting $17 in the next minute. Right. So there we go. I guess we'll just have to go for now. But thank you very much, Toasty. I appreciate you. I'm still going to be working on your video, trying to get that done this week so that I can move on to the Amelia video for hopefully by next week. I should have that ready to go. And we'll have a new GRIFT titty video for everybody. Anyway, as I said, fuck the BBC, fuck Disney, fuck Nintendo, question everything, respect the fans, check out the Discord. Links below. I would like to see you there. Throw me your suggestions for topics as well if you want me to look at something on hyperdrive time, and I will be back tomorrow. Boys of the Fans will be back on Tuesday, and until then, tatty bye, you smegheads. Oh, wait, I have to do an outro. Bye.
uafomega 17.
I don't have a record scratch noise.
I know.
But your
Just
uafomega
taking my
for
sunglasses off.
$17. Literally just bringing us up to the fucking bar. What a fucking legend. There you go.
Yeah.
That's the goal. All right, then. Well, then, in that case, I will change the outro and play the Street Fighter video as the outro. Assuming everybody wants the Street Fighter one. It's still kind of new. Haven't seen it. Hasn't been milked to death like the others yet.
Well, something's got milked, I'm sure.
Just literally a picture of a bot as well. So, yeah, you could definitely milk these chicks. Oh, yeah. 100%. Absolute fucking legend. First things first. Thank you for 17. That's more than 10.
It is.
Hell yeah!
Drop it.
All right. Thank you so much. You fucking legend. All right. Okay, well then
Completely
I won't play
unexpected.
WTF Live as the outro because I still need to do the credits. I'll play the Street Fighter video as the outro. All right. Hopefully that's good for everyone. I'm pretty sure you won't complain. Thank you very much. You're fucking legends. You guys are amazing. And that's even another fucking heart. So, Christ, that means we got to play Jackbox again. Probably Tuesday, I suppose. We'll do the Jackbox when we're all together anyway, so I don't have to interrupt you guys when you're on your day off or whatever. Okay, fucking hell, legend, absolute fucking legend, amazing. The heart container is full again, bloody amazing people. Love you guys. You're fucking awesome. Actually, fucking awesome. Yeah, just crazy, just amazing, amazing.
You get to see some titties.
Yeah, you will get to see some titties. That's right. No, you are going to get to see some titties. Okay, guys, that's it. As I said, take care of yourselves. Have a good time. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. And absolute legend, uafomega coming in with the save there. Bringing us to the goal. And, well, nothing to say then, but enjoy and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Hey there, stranger, locked eyes across the ring. I'm the one who breaks bones and still makes hearts sing. Built for the fight, every curve a weapon too. But tonight I'm craving something only you can do. I've thrown down champions, left them begging on the mat. Now I want you under me. How about that? Come closer, baby, feel the heat I bring. Gonna pin your wrist, make your whole body sing. I'm rough, I'm fierce, got that killer stare. But damn, the way you play has me pulling my hair. I'll take you hard, no mercy, no safe word tonight. Mix the sweet destruction till the morning light. One wild round, bruises blooming like art. Think you can last with a fighter's heart. singing. A little choke, a little bite, a little more, till you're shaking, begging, crawling to the floor. Literally wrapped in skin that's burning hot, and you're the prize I wanna take apart. Ready or not. So step into my ring when the lights go low. One night, no rules, just us and the glow. I'll fight you, I'll love you, I'll wreck you so right. Come get this fighter, let's go all night.
You win. Perfect.